All right, how we doing, everyone? Just trying to get some basics done at the moment, just to make sure we're all good. How are we doing? Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, because I think we are going to have a very, very good stream today. Lots happening over the past day. I normally would have saved this for Friday, but I'm sure there's going to be a ton more stuff for us to cover on Friday. So I figured, why not? Because at this point in time, there is just so much to just talk about and stuff that I feel. Well, you've seen my video, I assume, and for those that haven't, you absolutely should, because look, some of that was pent up over the Kong game yesterday. Okay, a bit of that frustration must have come from there. I have to admit, I'm not gonna lie, but still, I think it was totally within the realm of what I was feeling. Get rid of those lines, man. There we go. Have I got all my Christmas presents wrapped? I have. Hey, J. Cola. I've also sorted out some Spotify stuff. So for Friday, it should be good. And, you know, we should at least have a bit of royalty-free music going on in the background. So far, YouTube has demonetized me 4 times in the last week, but I've won every single appeal. So that is good. And so I think with Spotify, I should be okay. So I'm signing up to Spotify, found some tracks or some playlists that I'm happy with. So happy days. I actually have a tweet about that. It's saying from February. It's not exactly February, but we're going to cover that today as well. At least I hope it's on the... If it's not, I've actually got a finger for it anyway. Now, where are we? Alright, so that's no good. Hold on. Let me fix that, because I'm actually super organized for a change. I'm totally not. But you know what? I feel like I am. And chat, that is half the battle when you feel like you are. Look at the size of that. Now we can see it there. Okay. Brandon, that's the thing. I've not encountered any bugs at all. I mean, I must be really lucky. Like, I'm not just saying that. Like, if I encounter bugs, I encounter bugs, but I genuinely haven't encountered bugs almost at all. I mean, there's only 2 bugs I've encountered. One where the I forgot his name now. The fan, the adoring fan. He was standing on top of a chair. And one where I purposely got myself stuck underneath an area I shouldn't have got into. To be fair, that was my fault too. Starfield is going to do very well. And as the time goes on, it's going to do even better. Now, you're all probably wondering why I'm showing Alan Wake. It's a good question. And before anyone asks, Kong went reasonably horrible yesterday. But I did keep my promise. I did play it for over 4 hours. And it turned out that the last hour that I was playing, the last hour that I was streaming it, the game actually bugged out and it stopped giving me the events that I needed to progress the game. When I looked it up last night after the stream, apparently it did bug out. But I did keep my word. I am not challenging you guys again. Dude. Play Kong and then say that. Play Kong and then say that. You can't say that without playing Kong. It has no map. No map. The map is just a static JPEG. Still suffering PTSD. I'm still suffering PTSD from that game. Oh. For me, I like to get all the Starborn powers before. I haven't actually finished the game yet. I'm still just casually playing through all the factions that I can. I've just joined the UC, so let's see where that goes. Oh, Diablo. I'm happy you all had fun. Because apparently you lot want Golem next, right? For a Tuesday stream. Yeah, we're going to have to set goals for that. My mental capacity was at its limit yesterday. We're going to have to set goals for that. I'll have something ready for Friday. Hit the goal. You can select whatever game you want. A Christmas game? Yeah, we can play Redfall. Can you just tell me if you can hear this? I'm going to play it for like 2 seconds so I don't get demonetized. Did you hear that? Yes or no? Okay, it's possible you didn't because I changed the browser, so... Okay, let me fix that. Yep, I can see where it's broken. Okay. But you should hear it now. Okay, so I actually found something it just popped up on my feed and I thought it was really funny. And I thought we would start with a bit of satire, right? Especially after the day I had yesterday. This made me laugh. The beginning part is kind of what is happening. I kind of get it. Maybe a bit of an overreaction because it's ABK. But the ending was priceless. So just listen through, okay? It's from your favorite YouTuber. No, not me. Your other favorite YouTuber. Do you think PlayStation will join Microsoft family if PlayStation goes? Nah. PlayStation isn't going to go out of business. They're going to go through a rough patch, but they're not going out. They're fine.
Can you trust Dreamcast guy?
Activision Blizzard is screwing over actual people. Real women are having their lives ruined by crappy managers who aren't even... I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad because I feel like in some way I tacitly... My money went to this.
And this is based, right? There's a lot of good in what he's saying here, right? You know, there is good in what he's saying here. This is about the whole harassment stuff, right? Just keep that in mind. So there is good. I'm not shitting on him here. There is good in what he's saying. Just keep listening.
This stupid t-shirt that I bought is fucking part of this.
He has now entered Hulkmania. Things are about to get real, chat. Diablo, just listen. Just listen. We're getting there.
This game, though, is definitely worth the money to me. And I'm putting my money where my mouth is because I'm definitely going to buy it. And even after putting 50 hours into it, I'm excited to start a fresh character with all of you guys and do it again.
Absolutely not. Can you trust Dreamcast guy?
I mean... I think Jim Bambino pretty much hit the money on the head. I mean, what can I say, folks? What can I say? I mean, I ain't even. This shit's just landing on my doorstep at this point. So, Starfield. I think we've had a bit of fun with Dreamcast guy. Let's move over to Starfield. So, roughly every 6 weeks, that's pretty much the time scale that they've given, 6 to 8 weeks. With the next major patch in Feb, they're going to be doing updates. These are some of the things that they've got planned. But obviously, this isn't everything. New gameplay options to further adjust difficulty. I don't really understand what that could be. The official mod support is great. New ways to travel and customize ships is awesome. I think that's a really good thing. City maps finally coming into the game, which probably, better late than never. But it's good to see that they're going to be, at the very least, we should be seeing 6 updates a year for this game. Here's the best summary. He suffers from Stockholm Syndrome. He idealizes the people that destroyed Dreamcast. Yeah? Yeah? Lulu is going out in fashion. That's quite funny. But you know what? Everyone knew that they were going out, right? It wasn't just Kotick leaving. They're changing the whole guard. Microsoft is literally moving in. And the FCC is still there going, but we have to dissolve this company. But Microsoft have literally just moved in. But we still have to dissolve this company. But Microsoft has moved in. I don't care anymore. I want to dissolve this company. That's pretty much how I'm seeing the FTC right now. Microsoft have literally just moved in now, officially. And it's like, what are you doing, FTC? They've moved in. They've set shop. They've set up shop. What are you doing? JH Cola, I'll tell you why people think, Starfield is boring. And this is going to apply to No Man's Sky, because these people don't play No Man's Sky. This is going to apply to Star Citizen, because they don't play Star Citizen. This is going to apply to any space game there is, right? This applies to everything. And it's a crazy concept that many people can't grasp, right? It's weird, right? Just hear me out. And some may think I'm being a little harsh, but I'm not, right? Space is boring. Nothing really happens in the void of space. So trying to make space fun is really hard. The only way you can make space fun for those that actually enjoy the kind of voidness of space is through PvP. And that will not appeal to everyone. Because after you've gone and taken over one spaceship in space, you've done it. Everything else is rinse and repeat. It's really hard to make space fun. That's a challenge that every space game has. Now, the reason why people actually shit on and call Starfield mid is because it's an Xbox game and not a PlayStation game. That's it. That's it. So those are the 2 key factors here. I've played Star Citizen. I'm actually going to stream Star Citizen sometime so you guys can see it. I'm going to team up with a friend of mine who's actually way more advanced than me, and he'll pretty much be doing most of the stuff, because if I do it, I'm going to crash into every building and make him go to prison many, many times. But, you'll see that outside of exploring, there's not much there. Now, if you're looking for that Star Trek experience, you can actually find that eventually in Star Citizen. You can get a massive ship like the Enterprise, get a crew of like 200 in there if you've got 200 players, actual real players doing stuff from the lower decks to the upper decks to the bridge crew, everything, landing parties. You can actually emulate that, but that's still maybe about 5-10 years away. But that's the path they're heading down. They're not there yet. Starfield isn't that game. Starfield is an RPG. It's got a story, it's got exploration, and it's got its core mechanics. At its heart, it's an RPG. It's not a sim. But people are expecting different things from Starfield. People were expecting Skyrim, right? But people forget that Skyrim was a piece of trash when it first launched. Go ask any seasoned Skyrim player, and say, hey, I haven't played Skyrim before. I want to make a start, and what do you recommend? And the first thing they're going to say is, you should get this mod, that 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 mod, and that mod. So it'll make your experience so much better. No one tells you to play Skyrim vanilla. No one tells you to go and play the original release of Skyrim. They will always tell you, start with the Game of the Year version because it has like 50 mods already pre-installed, and then add these other 10 into it as well. People kind of forget that Skyrim, Oblivion, none of these games started off in a pristine condition. Even the VR version of Skyrim is unplayable by any standards. Without the mods, it's just unplayable. But with mods, it becomes one of the best VR experiences out there next to Half-Life Alyx. That's pretty much it. Samuel, it's a good game. And as long as you enjoy it, screw the rest. That's what I say. You know what, Bill said? My favorite one, right, is this. Oh, I played Skyrim for 350 hours and I don't like it. Who the fudge plays a game for 350 hours when they don't like it? Serious question. Who plays a game for 350 hours if they don't like it? I was speaking to my kid about this, right? And he turns around and said to me, no cap, well, of course he's not going to like it after 350 hours. He's probably burnt out. That's a 17-year-old, folks, with a brain. With a brain. But I think this is kind of cool. It's nice to see that this is happening. And yeah, looking forward to what's next for Starfield. Most people that play Skyrim don't even make it to the Constellation. They get the tutorial at the beginning, the whole 3-4 hour startup is bad. The messaging that came out, in order to experience Starfield the best, you should finish the game first and then do everything. That's hurt the game as well. Because that was false. You don't need to. And I've heard, please don't spoil it for me, I've heard that at the end, if you do a lot of stuff, there's actually a really good payoff. Now, I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. I just have heard, and someone said in a spoiler-free video, that if you actually do take the time to do stuff on your first playthrough, at the end, there's a really nice payoff, making it worthwhile to actually do the content beforehand and not after. So I'm looking forward to that. But the mixed messaging at the beginning, especially from Bethesda themselves, was a bit weird. Nothing wrong with that. Robin, I played Final Fantasy XI for 7 years, and then Final Fantasy XIV for 10 years as my main games. So, I get it. I get it. I keep wanting to go back to Final Fantasy XI, but I just have no one to play with. And that game requires you to play with people. I'm hoping the DLC is going to bring vehicles. All right. So this is the main topic that I wanted to talk about today, right? There are a few little bits after this that I've also covered in my video, so these won't be covered on Friday, but this is something that I wanted to cover. Now, for those of you that have seen my video, this may be a bit of deja vu. And for those of you that have, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But for those of you that haven't, definitely do go check it out. It's a good rant. I'm not going to rant here, but that video was a good rant. If you're looking for me ultra pissed, you'll see it in there. Dreamcast guys in the DLC called Shatterspace. Why so serious? Why? So as you know, a lot of companies in the past have been hacked, right? We're looking at Capcom, which have had their personal details leaked all over the internet. No one better than I. Tom Warren here says the Insomniac hack might be a turning point for how we think about game leaks in the media, dev community, and fan base. I really think it's not. We've seen similar hacks in the past, most notably with Capcom and the GTA leaks. Capcom were actually hacked to the degree of Insomniac. These were widely covered without the type of editorial decisions and discussions we're seeing today. Because Capcom is a third-party studio. Rockstar Games is a third-party studio. Sony, on the other hand, is their overlords. God forbid they have to say something bad about their overlords. Right? Anyone remember the days of enjoying gaming so much that whatever system you didn't have, you'd go to a friend's house and play there? Gin Bambino, those were great days. Those were great days. Like, I remember I had, at the time, the Commodore 64. My friend had the Amstrad. One of my friends had the Amstrad. The other one had the Atari ST. I know I'm showing my age. But depending on what we wanted to play, we just used to go around each other's houses and play it. Same with the, my first console was a NES. My other friend had a SNES, so we would just jump around. No. This post here, which is why in my video I lost my absolute mind, and I think I was within reason to do it, but it gets worse, right? It gets worse. It's this part here that really, really riled me. Something clearly feels different this time round. And I think it's because it's Insomniac. They're beloved developers that create awesome games. So let's think about this for a second. Capcom have made Resident Evil 4 remake. Well, they've been remaking the Resident Evil games for a while, which are awesome games. They make Devil May Cry, Street Fighter, Monster Hunter. Are these all bad games? And are we now judging a company getting hacked by the awesomeness of the games they release? So if it's an indie company who gets hacked, because their games are trash and no one cares, it doesn't matter, the hackers can do what they want, happy days, we can report on it? Because to me, that is what this is saying. They are beloved creator developers that create awesome games. So that's the standard. If you create awesome games, you should have the whole mercy of the internet. But Capcom and Rockstar, who made some of the best games ever, of all time, with Red Dead Redemption, with Grand Theft Auto, apparently they don't make awesome games, so they are totally open to scrutiny. That is how I'm reading this, right? And there's a very real emotional attachment to that and a desire from many to not harm them because they belong to Sony. That's it. Because they belong to Sony. They don't want their overlords turning up and going, all that free stuff we gave you? Yeah, can we have it now back, please? Can we have it back? But why? You reported on something that you wasn't supposed to, and you made us look bad. Can we just have everything back? In fact, we're just going to take the lease back that we gave you for the property. We're going to take back our contracts as well. Can we just take everything back now? Just empty the building? But these were paid. Yeah, we paid for them, remember? The fact that you're in this building is thanks to us. This paragraph here is fucking bullshit. Pardon my French. Chrono Trigger was legendary, Jin. Journalist is dead. There's no more dignity in it too. Many biases. People cannot do the job. Disappointing. So we need to ask Tom Warren, is Rockstar not held to the same? No, this basically tells you here that Rockstar is not held to the same standard as Sony. Capcom is not held to the same standard, right? That is 100% clear here. With his wording, that is 100% confirmed. He can try and spin this any way he wants. He would have reread through this 100 times before posting. He's an editor, right? He knows what he's writing. I think that's understandable from fellow developers and even journalists. We're all human after all. But none of you understood when it came to Capcom. Hacking feels more intrusive than someone finding your marketing materials early. And you can see who is referring to there, right? A hacking feels far more intrusive. So this is them talking about Insomniac Games now. Screw Capcom, who were hacked and totally violated by the media. Than someone finding your marketing material early. That's Xbox. That right there is Xbox. So what he's saying here is there is a clear difference between the Insomniac leak and the Microsoft leak. The Microsoft leak is happy days. We can report on that every day of the week. And the fact that these companies and these, developers have put a lot of time and effort into making this shit and getting the stuff, ready for us to enjoy. All that time and effort that's gone into it, none of that matters. But when it comes to Insomniac games, all of that matters. Can you see the shift in standards? Someone in my comment section said that Tom Warren didn't say anything wrong. You are delusional. The shift in perspective for standards is night and day. It's black and white. There is no gray area here, right? It's black and white. If we're looking at binary, it's 1 and 2s, 0s and 1s. There is no way you can misunderstand this. We are all learning from the industry discussions and editorial decisions being made here. I hope it's a useful and lasting dialogue for when this inevitably happens again to another gaming studio in the future. We know for a fact that the next studio that gets hacked, if it's not Sony, that information is going to be plastered on every single media outlet store. It is. We know this. But right now, they are trying to hold face. Even Microsoft is not crying like you guys do. What victim mentality is this, Puniha? This isn't victim mentality. I am talking about Capcom here, who suffered the same problem. If you can't see the difference between the two, maybe go get your eyes checked from an optician. It might help you. Sony provides 40% ad revenue for IGN and few other outlets. Journalist integrity is indeed gone. That's what I get. No source code leak made. Could a leak lead to the game being cancelled? I don't think it will. I don't think the source code has been leaked, but the actual story, the entire story campaign script has been leaked. I mean, if Sony really cared that much about this information, they could have paid. Sure, it is a bad thing, but there's a lot of information there that was taken, and they didn't. I don't agree bowing down to a thing, cyber terrorism, but at the end of the day, these are people's lives that you're playing with. 2 million to Sony is nothing. It's pocket change. 2 million to Sony is the equivalent of what I give to my kids to go down to the newsagent and buy some sweets. Modern journalism nowadays is a long reporting news with straight facts. It's more about opinions and how much money they receive. Yep. Why would they? They don't need to. I'm not understanding your point. No one is understanding his point. So why are you here crying? Microsoft is worth over $2 trillion. He's a pony. He doesn't know anything. Wolverine hacked. PlayStation is scared because Xbox bought Activision Blizzard and they own them now. That means Call of Duty can go on Game Pass and all the other games are on Game Pass. Yep. Insomniac is an amazing company. Agreed. 100% agreed. They are a good company. They make good games. Put on a hamster wheel of cash grab hero games. I agree with that. But look, let's face it. Ratchet and Clank, even though some reports are saying that they did make profit, didn't sell as well as they could. And those games are very niche now. I actually enjoyed Ratchet and Clank for what it was. I think it was a better game than Spider-Man. It was just more diverse, more, it just felt better in many ways. More advanced, more next gen. And I had a really good time playing it. Still need to finish it, mind you, but I had a good time playing it. But it didn't sell. And that's the problem with these platformer games. They're not in demand right now. And that's generally the thing that holds back games like Banjo-Kazooie and whatnot. There's the fear that it just won't sell. There's no real demand for it. People say they want it, but they won't buy it. At least not on launch. I noticed this year game drama has been big. It has. Why can't ponies just stop and just grow up? It's no wonder. Anyway, so after this, so this is what I was getting at, right? Ransomware group responsible for massive Capcom leak arrested. Now, before this arrest occurred, right? All of this information was leaked and everyone covered it. Everyone. Every single one. There was no morality issues. There was no people issues. There was no media coming together to not report on this stuff because it was the right thing to do. None of this happened. Everything was reported on and they were celebrated upon because they have the information. This has got nothing to do with your silly console wars, Puniha. This one over here. Just look at their reaction to the GTA leak.
Of this leak, we will instead talk. Number one, the continuing saga of Grand Theft Auto 6. If you were under a rock all weekend, maybe offline, maybe you missed it, Grand Theft Auto 6 did in fact leak a whole bunch of footage from it, a whole bunch of information, and now we are dealing with the fallout as Rockstar in Take-Two, pretty litigious people have taken to the internet to be like, yo, we're gonna fucking kill this guy.
Somehow or other, it came just the same.
This has led to a giant conversation about how this should be handled in reporting video game news. I wanted to come to you and talk to you about how we'll approach it on Kinda Funny Games Daily today. Today, we will not go into the details of this leak. We will instead talk about the human component. All the developers at Insomniac who just had years and years of work published when it was not ready to be seen, information published when it was not ready to be seen, contracts published when they were not ready to be talked about. Information.
Right. The difference in contrast. They're celebrating the GTA leaks. To Insomniac, it's a natural disaster, almost like a typhoon, a tsunami. I think Ginger Prime here, though, I think he sums this up perfectly, right? He actually spliced some information from before and after, but just listen to this, because I think Ginger Prime here captures Kinda Funny's complete hypocrisy to perfection.
Hello everyone, it's me, Greg Miller from Kinda Funny Games, and if you didn't know, Insomniac was held ransom.
And for those of you that don't know Ginger Prime, I actually am good friends with him. He makes good content, so a shout out to him. If you like his content, he covers a multitude of different stuff from Xbox, PlayStation, PC. Check him out.
by some cyber hackers, the types, you know what I mean, saying that they wanted $2 million or they'd release a whole bunch of Insomniac files.
They contain proprietary information about Microsoft's plans for a refreshed Xbox console, upcoming announced video games, and older discussions around purchasing Nintendo.
And they did that. Insomniac did not give them the money. The hackers released the files, and now the internet is in flames as all sorts of information about Wolverine, Insomniac, personal data of the developers, and so much more is floating around.
A person familiar with the matter, who asked not to be identified, discussing the confidential information, said Microsoft was responsible for the uploaded documents. Now, this is where we start, because this is the tone setter for the episode. What the fuck happened here?
This has led to a giant conversation about how this should be handled in reporting video game news. I wanted to come to you and talk to you about how we'll approach it on Kinda Funny Games Daily today. Today, we will not go into the details of this leak. We will instead talk about the human component.
Right, people have been talking about it all morning. It started off last night. It's funny because I've been talking on the shows that I've been going to bed earlier nowadays.
All the developers at Insomniac, who just had years and years of work published when it was not ready to be seen, information published when it was not ready to be seen, contracts published when they were not ready to be talked about, and of course their own personal information shared against their will. This is an invasion of their privacy, done in one of the most malicious ways possible.
I think one of the issues that I see with games journalism, and yesterday's leaks highlight this, is that games journalists have forgotten who they work for. They should, or used to, work for us, the gamers. However, that has since shifted into handholding and defense of these major corporations.
And that's the thing, right? I think he hits the nail on the head. You saw how he was switching between the Xbox leaks and how they were so bloodthirsty, hungry. But then when it came to the Sony leaks, oh, we're not going to be doing this. No, we can't be doing this. No. We can't be doing this. No. It's just it's sad. It's really sad to see the gaming media turn out this way. Hey, Sergeant Dornan, how's it going? Sony's doing so well, they had to sell off their lending business, raise prices of their games, and had to rely on COD to drive their margins. Yep. I mean, this video here just tells you everything, right? But then I come to this. Where was the media when this happened 3 years ago? Why didn't it hit differently then? Is it because it's Capcom and not Sony? Had this had been Sony, would it have hit differently 3 years ago as well? That's the question, right? That's the question. If this had hit differently 3 years ago, it would have been okay now. But the fact that they're willy-nilly happy to talk about any single leak and literally jerk off to those leaks because it's providing them with endless content is perfectly acceptable and totally fine and well within their remit. But when it comes to their overlords, they're going to take a step back and go, I'm sorry, we can't do that. But they were perfectly happy to talk about, all of this, which actually had Capcom staff's personal details, bank details, the works, leaked, right? All those staff members had to go and get their accounts frozen too. But they didn't give two shits about those people. But now they seem to give a shit. This is the sword that they want to die on? This is the hill that they want to die on, sorry? So the standards change on where they give a shit depending on which company is the one being hacked? Which pony is gone? Oh, you mean this guy? Right. And then we have this, right? Yeah, the pony boy left. I was about to block him anyway. But he left. But then we have this. The biggest leak in gaming history. GTA 6. They had no problem with this a year ago. This was leaked against... And everyone is saying that what happened to Insomniac Games is a criminal offense. It's cyber criminal, right? Can we all agree that it's a criminal offense? Can we all agree on that? Yes or no? It's a criminal activity in what happened to Insomniac. Can we agree on that? Yes or no? It's a binary response. We can, yeah? Okay. So, can we also agree that leaking information against the company's knowledge, against the company's acknowledgement, against the company's will is also a criminal offense? Because technically, not even technically, it is essentially PI theft, right? If I take information that the company I work for hasn't actually made public and make it public without their consent, I have stolen their information and made it public. Is that correct? So, in other words, this leak, which is a criminal offense because it's against Rockstar's terms of service to release this information, is perfectly okay. But the one for Insomniac is a criminal offense. Can you see how the goalposts are rapidly moving here? Like, when I get annoyed at total bullshit, this isn't even console warring. This is just logical stuff. If they set the standard for all leaks to be the same, I wouldn't care they're not covering it. But when it came to Rockstar, when it came to Microsoft, when it came to Capcom, they were up in arms celebrating the leaks like it was no tomorrow, right? They were happy to do it. But this is them now. Leave them alone. Like like it wasn't them that just did this. It gets worse, right? Look at this. Look at this. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Literally leaked. Right? That's theft of PI, personal information. Personal property. That is theft right there. And they've got no problem reporting on this at all. It's there. You can all see it. I'm not even making this shit up. If you release information that the company hasn't made public from the official channels, it is regarded as theft of intellectual property. If you show any of that, it is theft of intellectual property. If you talk about it, it is theft of intellectual property. So why is it okay for Suicide Squad, but not for Insomniac Games? Just 24 hours ago. Right? This is the one that we've already seen. Far Cry 7 leaked. They're talking about stolen property again. They're speaking about someone who has taken information against the company's will without the company's permission and made it public. It's cyber theft. But they're totally okay talking about this. But when it comes to Insomniac Games, oh no, we can't talk about Insomniac Games. We might lose our sponsorship with Sony, so we can't do that. Fucking morons. They had no problem leaking Tears of the Kingdom, did they? Did they? But that sponsorship deal that they get from Sony, oh boy. They can't be losing that money. That money, good money. Actually good. But to everyone else, screw you, man. I don't care about your intellectual property rights. I don't care about all your, secrets. The more we can get, the better, right? But when it comes to the overlords, we can't say anything about that. Because we don't want to upset our overlords. Fucking morons. And then you got people, is it down here? I think you had like so much copium. The difference in Insomniac is Insomniac had gotten their employees' personal information hacked too. So did Capcom. But they had no problem. Can you see how they're just trying to move that goalpost? They're trying to move that goalpost. That's a good one, actually. The GTA leak was the biggest leak in gaming history, though. And yet they had no problem in leaking it. Like, people are trying to justify it. It proves our point that we can't trust the gain of media because they buy lying, and we all know they bias and they don't. Yeah, DeMonte, yeah. It is shameful, Cola. Nintendo fan pass bio here. Just want to comment about this. Some of us see the double standards too. Triple MMM. There is a lot of double standards here. Like, you know, it shouldn't be happening in the gaming media. It shouldn't. The moment they can get any, like, you watch, the moment the Switch 2 gets anything actually leaked about its specs, Gaming Kinda is going to be there day one with it on their channel. Oh my God, the Switch 2 has been leaked. Look at the specs. It's as powerful as the PlayStation 4 Pro and the Xbox One X. These specs could revolutionize Nintendo. But where did you get them from? Oh, we got them from the alleyway over there through a leaked guy. We just paid off and he gave us all the information. Do you know what I mean? They will be there day one with that information. They are not waiting for a split second. They will publish that. There is no journalistic media integrity to say, you know, oh, we have to, you know, care for the people. We have to have a higher moral ground. That moral ground only applies when it's Sony. Only when it's Sony. But I agree, triple MMM, and it's good to see, you know, someone that isn't Xbox coming in here to actually agree with what I'm saying. You know, it's nice to see that the double standards are actually there. And then I can hear all of the media talking about how Switch 2 is better than Xbox. It's as powerful as an Xbox One X. I mean, that's what the rumors are saying, right? There's nothing actually leaked about it, only the rumors. And rumors are rumors. You can take them with a grain of salt if you want. I know what one you're talking about, Grain. I know what one you're talking about. This one, right? Yep, it's fine. Nothing wrong here. Yep. It's fine. But then someone mentioned Reforged. And of course, I knew the Reforged was going to come up. So, here we go. Insomniac Games, this is not a leak. Good point. Good to point out that hacks aren't the same as leaks. They're the same thing. How are they different? Love what you're doing. Keep it up. Good work. Thank you so much, Bunty, for that $2. I appreciate it. Super chat. It's like, and he actually made it members only because he knew he would have got absolutely slaughtered. Slaughtered. He's right. It's not a leak. Like, look at this bonehead. It's a hack. It's theft and fraud. Get your facts right. Didn't I respond to this? I'm pretty sure I did. I guess I didn't. I'm pretty sure I responded. I thought I responded to this. There we go. A leak is revealing something without the company's consent. All leaks are theft of intellectual property. So damage controlling and white knighting It's supposed to say stop damage controlling and white lighting for 2 seconds. Look, my phone decides to auto-correct in its own way. Don't judge me. But you get the point. Of course. Oh, I'm not a member of that channel. I mean, he blocked me anyway. At first, I almost gave Greg a pass until the human element, and that made my head spin. I was reminded of the Capcom. Exactly. That's what we just covered recently in this stream. The Capcom leak, where they were glorifying all of that leak. They glorified it, celebrated it, cheered upon it when they got all that information. They didn't give two craps about the human element of those people that were affected, had their details plastered all over the internet. They didn't care at all. All they cared about were those release dates, the roadmaps, and the games that were coming over the next 10 years. Right? So what's changed between then and now? Is it because that was Capcom and this is Sony? I mean, even Tom Warren, he made the same statement. And I think that's wrong. I think it's absolutely wrong. And I'm not into GTA series enough to play, but bleeding hell, Miller, you couldn't hide the Two-Face. Yeah. 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 It's a... Streamlabs is acting on ponies. It's a bit slow. Ah. Wait, why is the chat not showing? I've just noticed that the chat on stream is not showing. Oh, now it is. They never speak about facts with Sony. All the people fired in the last 4 months is outrageous. Xbox hired 2 of their former execs. Yeah, they have. Loads of people have been fired. Apparently there was fire at a Sony HQ. We'll have a look at that in a bit. See if there is any truth to that. But yes, I saw 2 posts on Indeed. They hired a former finance guy and the lady that handles it. Yeah, they did. And they're very proactive. I think that the female one, I have no idea what her name is. The one that's in charge of the Japanese relations. I think she's the one that actually secured the uncensorship for Blue Protocol for Xbox, because the PlayStation one is heavily censored. Completely censored. And you know how Japan is. They are quite liberal when it comes to, nudity. But the PlayStation version over there, it's completely censored. Like, you see nothing. And you see a lot of the Japanese community now not wanting to play that game on PlayStation at all and moving over to the Series S, which is good. So this is another thing I covered in my video briefly. We're looking at the PlayStation price increase from 80 to 100. How does everyone feel about that by 2027? So we're looking like in 4 years, they're looking to increase it to 2027. So £80 by 2024, £90 by, say, 2026, or halfway through 2025. And then by 2027 Christmas, all prices go to $100. I mean, just look at this. In order to fund Spider-Man free. It was supposed to be one game. Now they're literally chopping it up into pieces. They're going to release part 1 of Spider-Man in 2027. Then the following year, they're going to release it again. So you have to pay $100 now for the game to get the full game. And then they're going to release the multiplayer separately. Day and date with part 1, which looks like another $50. So in order to get the whole of the Spider-Man free experience, the full game and the multiplayer, it's going to cost you $150. Or you can wait till 2029, 2 years after the original part 1 release, and get the whole thing for $60. Narrative from a Nintendo fan said, take a gander at a YouTuber called Shadow Fox Infinite, especially with Wii U. I thought I got mad at that time. I will. J. Cola. Joseph, yeah, it looks like they are looking to go thing. I'll just keep buying games when they're on sale. There is no way I'm paying $80 to $100 for a video game. I have bills to pay. They might even charge separately for a multiplayer a year later. No, they are charging separately. That you can see here. So what they're looking to do here is sell the story campaign for $50, half of the story for $50. And then the following year, they're going to sell the second half of the story for $50. So it's going to cost you $100. And then if you want to play multiplayer, when you get part 1, you have to pay an additional $50. So to get like a semi-complete game, you have to pay $100, 2027, to get Spider-Man part 1 and multiplayer. And if you want to get the full experience the following year, you have to buy both of them separately, whatever price Spider-Man's going to be. I don't know, Sepho. I think the pillars is basically talking about the business model. Sony's business model has always been the console. The platform is everything. Microsoft has moved away from that. Microsoft has said it's not the platform that's important. It's the ecosystem where we can put our games. PC, mobile, tablet, TV, console. It doesn't matter. Handheld PC. As long as that console can run Xbox, they're happy. And that just opens up a whole new avenue for revenue, right? But this is insane. I know nobody wants to hear it, but at the moment, games are way underpriced. Are they though? Look, the way I see it, if you make a good game, it's going to sell unless there's literally no interest in the game. And as we saw with Ratchet and Clank, it's a really good game, but there's just no interest in that franchise. It's why we're not seeing another Ratchet game for another, 6-7 years after the release of the first one. If you take new SNES game prices at the time, see, I love it when they talk about this. I love it because it just shows how much they have no idea what they're talking about. And accounts for inflation. Games today should be around $400. But cartridges back then were built to size, right? It's not like CDs today where they cost 2p to burn it onto. Those Blu-rays cost like what, 2 to 5 pence. Back then, those cartridges were god tier expensive. If you look at the Neo Geo games, they were priced at like $200-300 a cartridge because they were built to specification. The N64 cartridges were really expensive. Hell, I remember Street Fighter 2 costing somewhere in the region of about £150 back then. I think it was for the SNES as well, right? Because the cartridges were specially done for those games. There wasn't a kind of one size fits all in terms of memory. Each one was designed unique for the game, and that had a high production cost. They got rid of that production cost when they left cartridges. And so they came back down to CDs. And CDs reduced the price from whatever it was, £150 at max I saw, down to £45 when we had the PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Because that huge production cost just disappeared overnight. And that saving was passed on to the consumer. And sure, you know, slowly the prices have gone up from £40 to £50 to £60 to £70. But to say what he's saying here, sure, but at the same time, there is a lot of variables there that he's not accounting for. They did. And that was expensive, The Realist. I think they're going to do the next one serious. I think they will. Apparently there's been some pages leaked, well, pages found that show that Ratchet and Clank actually did make profit. I don't know. But this, like, I see a lot of people coming back to this straw hat argument, and it's just not, it's not genuine. It's fake. It's so misguided that it's not even funny. Yeah. Yeah. You know what was the best day, folks? When I could go to my newsagent and buy a Commodore 64 game for £2.99. Those were the good days. You just go to your newsagent and go, oh man, look, the latest game. I think the most expensive Commodore 64 game I purchased was $9.99. It was The Last Ninja 2, I think it was. It was either Last Ninja 2 or 3. Those were, I think that was my favorite franchise on the Commodore 64. Such a good game. Sappho, I think Ratchet and Clank is a really good game. I actually enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Spider-Man 2. I actually think it's a really good game. What Insomniac did with that game, especially with the portal switching, is mind-blowing. It's a really good experience. But as you say, it's not for everyone. And this is the danger that a lot of these companies have when it comes to making platform games. And I think the guy at Rare who made the last Banjo game, or was it the other guy that made the Conker game? I can't remember. It was one of the two. The conversation to remake or make a new one has come up multiple times. But there's no demand for it in the market. The 3 people screaming for it in Twitter is not enough to fund the game. And as we see with Ratchet and Clank, it's a problem. Budget games need to come back. They do, triple MMM. They do. Sony just trained their consumers wrong. They only lull for mainstream third party. Yeah. But Mario isn't for everyone either. I know people that don't like Mario games. But at the same time, no offense to Nintendo fans, but if it has the letter M, it's going to sell. I don't know what it is. I really don't. But, you know, when it comes to Mario games, they just sell. But you know what? They're also really well done. And the Nintendo community is different. I've always said this. Like, you've got Sony and Microsoft on one side, and then you've got Nintendo just doing their own thing, giving their community what they want, and just dealing with it. Nintendo knows what their community likes. They know what type of games they're into and what they expect. And so Nintendo just keeps on churning those games out for that community. And it works. Nintendo's in such a weird position right now where even though it's a 3-horse race, it really isn't, because even if today Microsoft and Sony disappeared, Nintendo would still be doing their own thing in the other side, releasing 9 Mario games, 2 Luigi Mansions, a Mario Kart, a Zelda, a Pikmin, a Splatoon, Animal Crossing, a Pokemon game. They've kind of got their niche where it makes them happy. They get really great sales, and they've proven time and time and time again that when it comes to FPS and graphics, it really doesn't matter. As long as the game is good, as long as the fun is there, as long as it's enjoyable, the community loves it. Somewhere along the line, on the other side, it all became, it has to be photorealistic graphics. It has to be all this and all that and all this. And that's kind of pushed gaming, in my opinion, slightly in the wrong direction. I think Nintendo has the right of it. Exactly, realist. Exactly. That's the exact point I'm making. I will actually make one more statement, right? Something that David Jaffe said, and I 100% agree with this. And people have criticized him for this, right? Especially, I mean, mainly the ponies have criticized him for this. But I 100% agree with him on this. If Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was released on the Nintendo Switch, it would have broken even and then burst, smashed that gate wide open. It would have sold buckets. It would have sold like wildfire running through a forest. Probably a bad example, but you get the point I'm making. It would have sold so much better. And these are the type of games that I think when Sony are looking to make, they shouldn't wait a year to put it on PC. And I think there's certain games that you can kind of look at and say, you know what? This isn't going to do well on one platform. This is the type of game that we can release, even if they don't want to release it on the Xbox. Let's release this on the Nintendo Switch as well and see how it goes. And if, maximize our approach, because there's an audience there. I just don't feel that the PlayStation audience is looking for those kind of games anymore, like the Spyro Dragons and stuff like that. They're looking for The Last of Us and God of War, Spider-Man, all those nitty-gritty Days Gone type of games. They're not looking for those games that are just there for pure fun. They don't want to do anything. They're not looking to tell the most compelling story. They're just looking to have great gameplay, great visuals, and just fun. Oh yeah, I agree with that, Triple. If I gave a different impression, that's not what I was meaning. I'm just saying they know what their fans want, and they give to that. I'm a gamer forever, of all systems. I make it a habit, not because I do YouTube or anything, right? Obviously it helps me because I do YouTube and I, do some streaming. But, every generation, I buy all the consoles. I've got a Nintendo Switch. I've got a PlayStation 5. I've got a Xbox Series X. My kid's upstairs got a Series S. And, I've actually offered him a Series X. And I said, we can sell your Series S. And he goes, no, there's no point. I said, why? And he goes, because the Series S does everything I want. And I said, yeah, but don't you want like higher frame rates? And he goes, it doesn't bother me. If I'm looking for something that's really high frame rate, I've also got my PC there. Right? The average gamer doesn't care about frame rates. The casual games, you got like the Twitter people online, the usual 20 people that keep crying about frame rates. They're not the majority of the game player base. They're not the majority of the consumer base. The majority of the consumer base looks at a game and says, oh, this cover looks good. I'll buy it. They don't even look at a website. They just go, oh, look at this. This looks interesting. Let's read the back. Oh man, the back, this actually sounds good. They go to the cash point and buy it. That's the average consumer. I still know people, right, who call, when you're talking about the Series X or the PS5 or Nintendo, do you know what they refer to those consoles as? The Nintendo, the Xbox, and the PlayStation. And back in the days of the SNES, it used to be the Nintendo and the Sega. That's it. You know, these are this is the majority of the gamer base, right? That's the vast majority. We are the minority. Correction, maybe it wasn't a statement of mine. I should have wrote compliment to you. Yeah, I know what you meant, Triple M. I know what you meant. I totally know what you got. All good, man. All good. My family members that game don't know what frame is. Exactly. They don't care. They just plug a game and play it and enjoy it and then turn it off. The average gamer is like that. What you see here with King Thrash or Hyped or whatever crying about frame rates, they don't care. The 5 people on Twitter ain't going to dictate how many games are being sold. Right? They're just not. It's that simple. They do realist. The average game, in fact, the average gamer buys 5 games a year. I think that statistic may have increased to 6 now, but when I was in university, was it in university? Was it? I think so. I did it could have been in college. This is going back 20 years anyway. We actually did a piece of coursework on video games. Well, that was my choice because I love video games. And I had to basically, using Microsoft Access, create a virtual store with Access, a whole library system and everything. And then I had to demonstrate a console or just games in general. And at the time, I chose the Dreamcast to do because that was the latest console out at the time. And I remember my research back then. It's when I first came across the term attach rate. What is the attach rate? If someone goes and buys a console on its own, the manufacturer loses money. But if they can get one attach rate, which is basically one game, they make profit on that game. They make profit on that sale. Because the profit they make from the game covers the downfall of the console, and they make profit. And back then, it used to be roughly about one game or one peripheral. Now, I think the attach rate is roughly about 2. So it's not increased by much. But if you just go and buy the console on its own, generally the publisher loses money. The manufacturer. And so then we came across the actual, how many games do people buy a year? And so I started doing a lot of research. And back in 2000, the average, or around 2002, something like that, the average consumer would buy 3 games a year. That's it. 3. When people heard that I was buying like 1 game a month or 1 game every 6 weeks, they were amazed. But the average household buys, back then, bought 3. I think the average household now is about 6, 20 years later. Maybe, max 7. Right? My brother, who is not a gamer at all, right? He used to love the Nintendo consoles. His favorite was the N64. His favorite game of all time is Ocarina of Time. Kind of, no pun intended. Him and me, we used to stay up for ages. Trying to get that fish's mouth to open was redonkulous. We tried everything. The easiest thing, obviously, was to feed it fish, right? But we just didn't know. And back then, there was no guides on the internet or stuff like that. The internet was still in its infancy for stuff like this. We tried throwing grenades. We tried attacking it, everything. We spent hours trying to get that whale to open its mouth, and it wouldn't do it. And I still remember to this day, right? True story. My brother rushed into the room, into my bedroom, and goes, son, wake up, wake up, wake up. He woke me up and I said, well, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. What's wrong? And he goes, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. And I said, know how to do what? I know how to get past that point in Zelda. Come. So I get up, half asleep. I go around to the room where the games console's in. He puts it on, loads it up, goes to the fish, goes to the whale, and then feeds it fish. And I'm like, how did you figure that out? And you're not going to believe what I'm going to say, right? He said, I dreamt it. In my dream, I walked over to it and I put a fish in front of it and it opened its mouth. He actually dreamt the response, the solution. Those were the good days. Those were good days. Those were good days when everything was just about fun. But getting back to the point I was making, I think he buys his kid because he bought his kid a Nintendo Switch, the limited edition Zelda one. So he got Zelda Breath of the Wild with it. Or was it the Tears of the Kingdom? Can't remember. Might have been Tears of the Kingdom. He got him a Mario game. And he's now, for Christmas, I really hope they're not watching, but got him another game. If you're watching, don't hurt me. I hope your kids didn't hear. But 3 games for the whole year. Albeit, he came in halfway through. But he may have added maybe a max 2 more games on top of that, and that's it. So the average consumer buys about 5 to 7 games a year. So that's the thing. Agreed, Triple. Agreed. 100% agreed. What do you all think about this one here? PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan has sold 45,000 shares of Sony stock amidst the crisis that is currently rocking PlayStation. My dude literally noped out. He noped out like there's no tomorrow. He was like, oh, damn, this ship is sinking hard. I'm out, dude. I'm out. He was like, nope. This sounds illegal. I mean, what's illegal about selling your shares, you stupid donor? James George Ryan. I mean, that's a nice payday for him. Well, I mean, he still has shares, right, Safa? He still has shares. Even if they kick him out, he still has shares. They didn't fire him. And they didn't fire him. They basically turned around and told him, look, things didn't go the way we wanted to. And clearly, with the whole live service thing, I think we need to go in a different direction. You need to go. Your job depended on blocking the ABK deal, and we would have given you some time to do what you needed to do. You actually cost us a hell of a lot of money. A lot of money. And from what I'm hearing now, right, I don't know how much of this is true, especially based on the information that's come out of the leaks, whether that was dated information or the latest. Sony's deal seems to be 5 years. I thought it was 10. But according to those Insomniac leaks, it's 5 years. Did Sony really sign a 5 year? Because we don't know what they signed, right? All we know is that Sony signed the deal. I don't think I've read anywhere where it says Sony has signed a 10-year deal. All I've read, and maybe I have and I forgot, but all I've read is that Sony has signed the deal for Call of Duty with Microsoft. And if it is 5 years, there's going to be a massive shakeup in 2027. Massive. Like, seriously. It's going to be huge. Because if it is 5 years, there's going to be exclusive game modes, exclusive operators, exclusive maps. You name it, it's coming for Call of Duty. And that also coincides with the actual release of 2026, 2027 for the next Xbox. There's too many things now that are coming along with the next Xbox that's starting to slowly align when you're looking at it. Of course, it could all be coincidence, right? I don't think this was a leak. I think this is available from public records. Right? It's not actually a leak, I don't think. COD will have parity as long as the contract is there. Once the contract expires, it does not need to have parity. All that Microsoft has agreed is that as long as there's a PlayStation, Call of Duty will be on there. See, is it 10 years away, or is it like the document that's... Because Insomniac's document is saying 5. The leaked Insomniac documents say 2027 is the date that Microsoft can do what they want. And they've clearly stated that they can basically add extra stuff to the Xbox version that you can't, that will be missing from PlayStation. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, initially it was 3 years. Let me see if I can find that's not it. It's not it, it's not it, it's not it. Oh, here it is. I wonder if I can actually... Let's close this. Open with... Choose another app. Or apps. Really, Chrome is not here. How is Opera here but not Chrome? I'm gonna have to see if this works. Let's see. Can we... No, that doesn't show. Of course, it's not going to show. Okay, let's close this. Let's open it up in Paint, maybe. Paint will show. I mean, that's the bit that we want anyway. Okay, there we go. Let's just look at that for a second. The Call of Duty threat in 2027. That tells me that it's a 5-year deal, not a 10-year deal. Now, if this is fake and whatever, or maybe this is old, that's perfectly, you know, that's perfectly within possibility. So I'm not taking this as gospel. I'm just saying that this is the information we have right now. The Call of Duty threat in 2027. That tells me it's a 5-year. None of these documents are dated. This is why I'm saying, the realist, I don't know. I'm not taking this with 100% certainty because, like you, I assumed it was a 10-year deal. I don't remember anywhere it being anything less. But this is documents from Insomniac, where they're talking about the acquisition of a $69 billion disrupt and threaten console gaming and subscription markets. And it says in 2027. So, like I said, I'm not confirming that this is 100% real. I'm not saying that this is, the be-all and end-all. I'm just saying this is the information that we have to go on. Because all I read online when it came to the Sony deal is that Sony has signed. That's it. That's literally all I've actually seen. I haven't seen anything else. Now, this could, like I said, it could be based, as Sappho is saying, on the original deal. But the original deal was 3 years, not 5. So if it was based on the original, it would actually be over a lot sooner. So I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Where are we? They were. Again, like I said, I'm not saying what I've said there is 100%. I'm just going by the information that's in front of me. Money is money. Bungie isn't working. What have you done for me lately? Yeah. The exclusivity of some element in COD has to make something for PlayStation to be attractive. PlayStation characters, maybe, like Soul Calibur. That's exactly what I said, Triple M. Triple M, that's exactly what I said in my video that I released. That's exactly the type of thing I was talking about in my video. I actually even referenced Soul Calibur. Back then, I think Xbox had Spawn, right? I can't remember who PlayStation had. Who did PlayStation have? I can't remember. Was it Kratos? Maybe? I don't think it was Kratos. I think it was someone else. And I know, I think Nintendo had Yoda. Nintendo was Link. Link was for Nintendo. Was it Heihachi for... Okay. I actually thought of Heihachi, but I thought that sounded a bit weird because Tekken isn't PlayStation, but there you go. Hey, Leafstorm Blaze. I have all 3, Spawn, Xbox, Link. Yeah. That sort of thing back then was cool. I remember everyone hated it back then. They're like, oh, but why can't we just have all 3 characters in all 3 versions of the game? It was something different that they tried back then. And I think it was weird, but when I look back on it now, I think it's kind of cool, but definitely all 3 of those characters were banned in EVO. There's that game Beyond. Is it Beyond Odyssey that's coming for ABK, right? That single player game that we don't really know much about. That's going to be interesting because I think everyone is expecting that to be multi-plat as well. It's a single player game, so I'm absolutely expecting that to be on the Xbox ecosystem only. Sergeant Dornan, damn trooper. I appreciate you. The next gen of the consoles for the Xbox, they think because... Look, I was actually having this discussion with a couple friends of mine. You know, some of them aren't interested in jumping across at all. You know, it's really gonna be a toss up on the actual individual. If they don't care about owning their game, and all they care about is being, you know, having access to the game, then there's a good chance they're going to make the jump from PlayStation to Xbox because that's the only game they care about. And there are people that literally only game on Call of Duty. But then having access to Game Pass may just give them the option to play a couple of other games, right? A couple of other day one games. And at the end of the day, when it comes to Game Pass, the way it's priced, you only need to get two, you know, brand new launch games, and you've made your money. Everything else for the rest of the year is free. So it's going to be really interesting to see how many actually make that jump. Because the Call of Duty this year, let's not beat around the bush. It was released the way it was released to end Sony's contractual obligations. That's it. This had every intention of being a DLC, but once the deal looked like it was actually going through, Bobby Kotick said, right, and I'm guessing Phil Spencer had a hand to play in it as well. They made sure it was a full-on release, so the next Call of Duty that's had 4 years in development, that is going to have a lot of, you know, stuff, hype built for it, is going to be the one that actually Microsoft has full marketing rights for. Oh, look, it's the bitch. Here we go. Put user in timeout. Forever. Bye, you fuckface. Oi, you douchebag. OTB. Bye. 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 Have you not seen that advert? Still it bang? Have you heard of it? What's the catchphrase? Can anyone tell me what the catchphrase is? Can anyone tell me what the catchphrase for Still it bang is? I can't remember. Oh, right. Bang! And the dirt is gone. There we go. Leave them. They should have put Crash Bandicoot there. Surprised they didn't put Arbiter with Energy Sword. Wasn't there the other game for PlayStation 3 that would have actually worked there as well? Why do they think everyone is suddenly going to throw away their investment because of one game? Sappho, basically, some people only play Call of Duty. That's it. Like, when I used to play Final Fantasy 11, that was the only game I played. Taz, thank you so much for that donation of $9.99 through Super Chat. Thank you so much. I will definitely get that coffee. I appreciate it. But there are certain people out there that just play one game. Like, for the longest time, I didn't play anything outside of Final Fantasy 11. Hell, I've actually got stories today to tell because of it with my first child. Starlink was surprised to have that on Switch and whole story size DLC too. Yeah, it was good. Skylanders has, yep. There's a person called OtterB66. They decided to come in and start saying some nasty things, stop whining. Basically a pony. And, you know, if you're going to spam like that, they can go and sit on a spiked dildo for all I care. They might actually get some pleasure out of that after the way Sony has been treating them. But the PlayStation 3 game wasn't out for Soul Calibur 2 and Crash never had a sword. True. True. Where was I? But yeah, like I remember I was so addicted. Like when I started playing Final Fantasy 11, it was crazy. I actually first started playing it with the intention that, because I'm a Final Fantasy fan, I got it. I got the disc on the Xbox 360 through the official Xbox magazine. Me and my friend went home, plugged it in, and we were like, "Damn, man, we're gonna finish the story in 3 months," because it was 3 months early access. And we once I'm done with it in 3 months, I'm gonna put the game down. And then that whole SpongeBob. 2 years later, for me it was 7 years later, and I had finally finished all the story. Good times. I still want to go back to it today. I do, because it's still my favorite MMO. Good times. Majority of current and former co-workers only game on COD. They are normies. I don't mean that in a negative. No. Sergeant Dorman, that's the point. All they play is Call of Duty. And that's the point I was making. For like 6 years, all I ever played was Final Fantasy 11. I'd come back from school, I'd jump on Final Fantasy 11. Weekends, come back from work, Final Fantasy 11. All I ever played during that period was Final Fantasy 11. It was like a second world to me, second life. I was like this superhero in there, right? I had everyone's life within my grasp. I was the healer. I could, whether they lived or died was down to me. You know what type of ego that gives you? It was good. Like I remember one time we went over to a notorious monster. My friend got hit once. It took 90% of his life. He looked at me and I was halfway across the map. I ain't staying there, you crazy? Every man for himself at that point. You lose 90% from an auto attack, I'm out. Best healer ever, right? A few of my co-workers were mainly either playing COD or Destiny. Yeah. That's just the way it is. That was that. This is actually some really cool piece of information, right? I really like this. I do. Because Sega has provided, finally, with some new details. But it's good to be invested in a game like that, right? Where you're so in love with the game that game is just, it covers everything you want. It's good shit. Back then was a different time, man. Sega has provided new details about its recently announced reboots of 5 classic series. Crazy Taxi, innovative and fresh style driving action. Cheerful feeling of freedom, cross-fusion of nature and city. Peel out the new stage of Crazy Taxi. Jet Set Radio. Counterculture. Tokyo Street Open World. Experience the rebellion movement that feels free in a suffocating society. Make friends, increase your fans, and create a movement. Shinobi, slay the enemies in the silence of the movement. Run through the world of Shinobi full of monsters and ninja actions. Grab Obarazuki, the legendary sword, and slay evil once more. Your clan and the world are counting on you. Golden Axe. Warriors arise to subdue the demons. Defeat your enemies with a variety of attacks, with swords and magic, and, loot goblins. The legendary story about the battle axe, Golden Axe, is about to begin. And of course, Streets of Rage, Revolution, beloved side-scrolling beat-em-up action series. Take control of one of the ex-officers and make the city place where people no longer have to walk the streets of rage. And I am so excited for this. in my early young years, I was purely a Mario player. Then I was a Sonic. When Sonic came round, it was between the two. Took a while for me to branch out. Yeah, but those were good days, right, Triple M? Those were good days. You spent hours on your games, and there wasn't no like deep story to it. It was just fun. You just enjoyed gaming back then. Now there's just so many intricacies to games that they have to have this, and they have to have that, and they have to have this, and they have to have that. I think a bit of, what makes gaming special has been lost. Golden Axe is going to be a better game than God of War. You know what? Who knows? I really hope all of these games smash it out the park, though. All of them. I've got really great memories of all of these. Jet Set Radio on the Dreamcast, Crazy Taxi Dreamcast, Shinobi going all the way back to my Mega Drive days, Streets of Rage as well, Golden Axe as well. Some good memories, man. Mitten Squad? No. I have not. Has anyone seen this? Yeah, I know, that's a lot of tabs we covered today. A lot of tabs. Lies of P developer Round 8 Studios is happy with Xbox Game Pass results. A huge number of gamers have played our game through Xbox Game Pass. I believe both parties earned a very good result from this collaboration, says game director Ji-won Choi. People want to know how the publisher was paid. I mean, the guy's coming out saying we had a good time. Koei Tecmo also praised Game Pass after the success of Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Game Pass only benefits small studios. There hasn't been a single big. I mean, look at the. Sadly, Game Pass is not profitable. So it's like. I paid $100 for this game just to play it early. Very much worth it. I'm just glad people played it. Is it on Game Pass? With how busy the holidays are, I haven't gamed often. I should check it out. It is on Game Pass. It's a good game. Good game. This is probably my favorite Souls-like game so far. I don't know what it was about it. I think it's the aesthetic more than anything. It appealed to me. But I really liked it. I did. I really liked this game. And I'm happy it was successful. I kind of wish they could do Sunset Raiders, but that was Konami. That would be cool. I'm not sure what it is about Call of Duty, and I've never played the franchise. Some go crazy for one game, bro. I don't get it. Killcat, it's how can I say? Back when I used to play Black Ops, the original Black Ops on the Xbox, I want to say 360. I'm pretty sure it was the 360. Like, I played that game religiously. Every night, me and my friends, we would just log in and we'd just play for hours. You know, we never used to be great, but we'd have enough fun moments in there to be able to laugh at each other, joke about, and just have a good time. Somewhere along the way, you know, they started releasing more of them and they became camper heavy, and that's when I started to fall off Call of Duty. The whole camping side of things really wasn't my thing. But I think Call of Duty Black Ops was, in my opinion, the pinnacle. But even like to now, those people that love Call of Duty, they've got their own group, their own players that they just play with on a nightly basis. They just come back from work or from school, or they're just hanging out with their friends and just PvPing. And it just provides them with a good time. Generally, it's quite, well, I want to say balanced. Everyone has the same weapons. The more you play, the better you get. So, you know, you got the whole prestiging and stuff. But you never really feel at a disadvantage unless you're playing on PC and everyone's wall hacking. Then you absolutely will feel disadvantaged. But on console, you don't feel that way. And if you're playing with a bunch of friends, it can be really fun. But for most people, that's enough. Don't forget, the average person spends about 5 hours a week playing video games. They don't spend a lot. They'll jump on for an hour a night to do something and then get off. They're not like you and me where when we sit down to game, we game for like 4 or 5 hours at a time. They don't do that. The first games were played was on my Game Boy, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Wrestling, Mario. What was my first handheld? You know what? I know what my first handheld. Someone passed away? Wait, who passed away? Whole grain bread? What's going on? He's a challenge run YouTuber. He passed away a few days ago. Who? Oh, Mitten Squad. Oh, really? May rest in peace. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, it's a Mitten Squad. Ricardo, I agree. Do you guys want to see my first ever handheld console? As long as you're not going to judge me. Do you want to see it? And it isn't the Sega Game Gear. That was my first. Just check out that beauty. Oh. Look at the size of that bad boy. I didn't have this one. I had that one. But just look at the size. I've actually got the Sega Nomad 2, by the way. I've got the Sega Nomad 2. That is such a great machine. It guzzles AAA batteries like there's no tomorrow. But it still works. The Steam Deck's a really good machine, dude. But if you're not into Linux, maybe the ASUS ROG might be better for you. Oh, Cracker Jack. Did you know that the game was bugged when we were playing it at the end? It wasn't triggering. It wasn't triggering the actual event. I had to reload the save. I tested it yesterday after the stream. Look at that, man. Only $99.95 for a handheld console. But that's in comparison. The Switch OLED versus the Atari Lynx. There is a version, you can install Windows on it, but the drivers don't support virtualization, so it kind of causes a bit of problems. The drivers need to be better. Ceph will never behave. But you know, you can actually run PC games through Proton. But if you're looking for, but like certain games that have anti-cheat on it, they won't run. Right? You know what? I want to see. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Oh, of all the things, John Linneman. Legend! Let's go! 15 FPS! That used to be pinnacle gaming back then, man. The one on the right is Atari Lynx. Oh, I remember these days so good, man. Yeah, you can. Good shit, man. Good shit. 20 FPS. That's pushing it, man. Look at that. I'm totally getting copyrighted for that, but you know what? Whatever. That was I put Yakuza 0 at 15 FPS on low settings to see what it was like. I'm guessing you cried. I had that. I think I've had most things. Like I've had the Atari, from the Atari Lynx, I've had the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, like the original Game Boy Color. I didn't have the Game Boy Classic. But I had a Color, I had the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance 2, had the PSP, PS Vita, I had a DS, 3DS. I didn't have the 2DS. I didn't see the point in the 2DS. But I've had the Sega Nomad as well, the Sega Game Gear, and obviously the Switch, the Wii U. I'm going to count that because it did have like a thing. And this, I think I said this. I even had a Nokia N-Gage. I did. That was actually my day-to-day phone. I was over the moon when I got my N-Gage. I was so happy. I didn't get the N-Gage 2, but I did have the Nokia N-Gage 1. It's still somewhere in this house somewhere, and it works. I still have the cartridges for the games as well. I think I had Pandemonium. I've got Pandemonium, Sonic, and Tomb Raider. Glue it with toothpaste. Oh yeah, it was good times, man. I feel like busting out my Sega Nomad. I have no idea why. I think guzzles batteries. But it's upstairs in a box somewhere. But man, I've always kind of wanted to buy an OLED Switch. I don't think there's any point because I've got the standard Switch. And I'll be honest, I hardly use it. Any game that I buy on there, I pretty much port over to my Steam Deck. It runs it at 60 FPS. But I do buy the games. Unless they run full speed on the Switch, then I play them on the Switch. But, you know, for me, frame rates are important. But I kind of want the OLED. Oh, come on, Triple M. You know the N-Gage was a dope machine. Look at it. Look. Nokia N-Gage. Game. Gameplay. Here we go. Let's go. This is literally how it played. No cap, I actually bought it because of Sonic. No cap. I bought it because of Sonic. When I saw the N-Gage 2, I was like, oh man, that looks great. But just look at that screen, man. Widescreen wasn't a thing back then. But the N-Gage 2 was so small compared to the... This is the N-Gage 1. And you know this top part here, the flat bit at the top? That's how you basically held the phone like that. So where's my phone? When you're talking, you talk... Like, this is my phone, right? You talk like this, like a normal civilized human being. But when you held that phone, you'd be like that. Everyone thought you was absolutely mental. Hey, Ziggy's Fix. How's it going, dude? Welcome back. Hey, Steve. How's it going? Red Faction. I never had that. I never did get that. One way to find out. I don't think they had an Elder Scrolls game. They did. They actually did. Elder Scrolls Travels. What? No way. Only on N-Gage with 1 and 2 players. Dude, I want to see gameplay. No way. No way. Full playthrough, 2 hours. Yeah, maybe I'm not going to play through this. But you know what? Back then, this game was legend. These were good graphics. These are good graphics back in those days. And for a mobile phone at the time, this shit was impressive. Look, I know it looks trash now, but don't judge it. Look, this game is better than Kong. I bet I'll have more fun playing this than I did playing Kong. That 2 out of 10 piece of crap. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to mod it. Clearly, Seth. It's a Bethesda game. You're gonna have to mod it. But you know what? It's got less pop-ins than fucking... It's got less pop-ins than Kong. How does this game have less pop-ins than Kong? It's not possible. I did not know this existed. I didn't know. I'm actually tempted to buy it just for a collection. I wonder how much it would cost. I wonder if it even exists. This is going to be god tier expensive. Taz, I'm going to put up something on Friday. If you guys want me to ruin my day by playing a really shit game, you're gonna have to give me something. You're gonna have to do something for me in return. I am setting a goal where I will buy the game and then make sure that my suffering is well earned. I made that mistake once and once only. I'm never making that mistake again. Though I'm still going to finish Kong. No. What, you want to buy the Elder Scrolls Travels Shadowy? You want to buy that? You know what? Let's see how much it is. I expect this game to be somewhere in the region of about $300. If it even is available to buy. Hey, you can now play Shadowy on PC. Let's go. Is it even available anywhere? Maybe eBay? 90 quid. 200 quid. All right, Steve. Let's go. Let's go. Give me that $200. Chat, he said, right, it was 375. Steve, 375 bucks, dude. He said it right, chat. You heard him. I'll accept that through PayPal or any other way. You can now play. Some time ago, I made a post showing off my almost complete Elder Scrolls games collection. Only things missing were ESO, the Elder Scrolls Travel Shadow Key. I still don't have enough money for ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, but found out that Nokia N-Gage emulator was finished several months ago, so Shadow Key is now playable on PC. I found this guide showing the full instructions on how to install and play the game. I tested it, and it is fully functional. So what I'm going to do, for those of you that are interested, no, you got to stick to that. 375. 375. NBA Street Basketball. I'm on this game on the GameCube and Def Jam. Yeah, for sure. If you don't want to check this out, by all means, do you know what Elder Scrolls Red God is? I'm gonna be no, I do not. I absolutely do not. What am I? With mod support, we'll make it interesting to see what the community can come up with. While base games are okay, I often find mods really makes games something special. Exactly! That is the Starfield, that is the Bethesda way. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. When you look at Skyrim, no one tells you to play the base Skyrim. By the way, did you guys know that Jensen Ackles, Super Soldier, is actually playing Batman in the new Justice League Crisis? Remember in Supernatural how he turned around and said, "I'm Batman." He actually is now. Good shit. Context. Yeah, it's animated. So let's see. Elder Scrolls Redguard. Redguard, yeah. Is it Redguard? Yeah. Redguard. Gord. Oh God.
I am a big fan of the Elder Scrolls games. Island takes a lot of time, especially since there is no effective fast travel. I say effective because there is actually a fast travel option, but I couldn't figure out how to use it.
You there? A word, if you please.
Huh. I wonder what this guy wants. How do I talk to him?
Get your ass off of there!
Oh my god, sorry, sir. I was just trying to talk to you.
What can I do for you, friend?
A simple task. Pick up an amulet from the...
I can see that face. I can see that their facial impression, their faces haven't really improved much.
It's a little raspy. You need like a Snickers or something?
This one tenders you the amulet that will be delivered.
God damn, man. I didn't even know this existed. Look, the N-Gage one is on a super low-powered console.
Look, man, I'll take the amulet, but I really think you should have a Snickers. I mean, you know what they say.
God damn. This game is platforming too? Good lord. What's the best games you've ever played for each console that you ever played? For Nintendo right now, I still think Ocarina of Time is going to be up there as my favorite game of all time. It just had everything. From a good story, great gameplay, good puzzles. The Labyrinth was amazing. I just have a lot of fun memories. There were other games that came out that were really good, but I think Ocarina of Time and, that music when you got to... what was the area when you got... It was like a western area where you got the horse. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember. Come on, someone in here who's a Nintendo nut should be able to tell me. I want to say Sandy... What was it called? Now I'm gonna be... Was it Lon Lon Ranch? No. It wasn't this. It was not that. I think it was this. Yep. Love this tune. Loved it. This is my favorite tune in the game. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Loved it. Ocarina of Time. This tune, I mean, I would stop. I remember you had your horse as well back then in that area. I'd literally just stop and just listen to the music for ages. I loved it. When you mentioned Sandy, it's Gerudo. Realist, you got it right, my dude. You got it right. Nintendo will be off to your ass. Oh, well, they're going to copyright this 100%. Without a shadow of doubt. That's already done. Let's see. For Xbox, it's a difficult one for Xbox. It's a toss-up for me between The Lost Odyssey, Halo 2, and I think... was it in Gears 2 when Dom died, or was it in Gears 1? I think it was in Gears 2. Blue Dragon was good, but I think it lost its way a little bit. Was it Gears 3? I think that was really impactful. That stuck with me a lot. Like, that really, really, really hit me. When Dom died, I didn't see that coming. It was, it hit me really, really hard. But yeah, Ocarina of Time, easily one of my favorite Nintendo games. It's really sad because I remember playing A Link to the Past. And do you know, in A Link to the Past, you could switch between the realms using the mirror. Anyone remember that? I'm pretty sure many of you will do, or at least it sounds familiar. You use the mirror to switch between the two worlds so you can get across like places that was blocked off in one world, and you can go and do stuff so you can get across it in the other world and build bridges and stuff like that. But the problem I had was when I went to the other world, my game bugged out and I lost the mirror. It disappeared from my inventory and I didn't have a previous save. And there was no way to go back. And that was the end of my save file. I was so upset. Such sadness. For PlayStation, I would have to go with... Might sound surprising, but it's gonna have to be the Metal Gear series for me. I loved Final Fantasy, but the Metal Gear series for me was absolutely special. It's the only game, especially Metal Gear Solid 2, that I played over 20 times. I actually managed to speedrun Metal. I was just trying to see how. I mean, I loved Metal Gear Solid 2 so much that I was speedrunning it to see how well I could do it. I actually beat it in under 2 hours, and I watched the Hind D cutscene as well. No, that was in the first, was it? I think that was in the second one. Yeah, it was. No, that was the first game. Pretty sure. Can't remember now. But there was a helicopter scene. I watched it because it looked so damn cool. No, it was in the second one. But yeah, under 2 hours. That was both the ship scene at the beginning where you were Snake and the riding part. I think that covers everything. Kojima now just makes games that haven't been done before. He tries to experiment with new things, and I respect that. But you know, it doesn't always work out. It only appeals to a set demographic, right? Mad World, while he dies. Yeah. I mean, honestly, at the time, no matter where I heard that song, that became the Gears music. That song belonged to Gears. That was it. Inside Out, thanks so much for the sub. Though you're probably watching the video, you may not be here in the stream, but your spirit will live on. Realist, me too. I've got nothing against... I actually wish more companies would experiment with games so we can kind of go back to the early 2000s where we had all these really weird games. Some of them stuck, some of them didn't. I appreciate they cost a lot of money, but you don't need to make a game look absolutely, you know, stonkingly photorealistic to be fun. And Nintendo proves that all the time. Death Stranding is basically a high-budget indie game, like Baby Steps, but with AAA graphics. I've always wanted to play it. I've just never had the chance. You know what, Steve? In Gear 6, Dom gonna come back and go, "Hey guys, how's it going?" Everyone gonna be like, "Dude, didn't you die?" Well, this is what actually happened. Edward, how's it going? I bought my N64 for Ocarina, just Ocarina, but I got GoldenEye. GoldenEye was legendary. And then you're going to have this crazy flashback of him, you know, being blasted away on the last second, unconscious. Someone took him away, and it's taken like 10 years in coma where he's recovered. And obviously they couldn't actually tell anyone what happened for X and Y reason. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what's going to happen. Hi-Fi Rush Pentiment, but Nintendo can be downright weird. Nintendo can be, but I love the fact that Nintendo can be weird and get away with it. And a Nintendo employee's kid was behind the Smash Brothers 3DS roster. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, it's shit like that. That's so cool. And Nintendo is like so weird and wonderful with that sort of thing. Imagine if Xbox had suffered many hacks in the past and they suddenly suffered a major breach where 343 interactive data got leaked like the Insomniac did. Not a single developer or journalist would say that it shouldn't be reported. 100% I agree. That same energy would not have been here. Right? Oh God, I'm not going to listen to that. That's 10 minutes. They told us no one played it past the start screen. All they do is lie. 40 hours average playtime per player. Hey, ADM, how's it going? Dude, Viva Pinata was the bomb. Come on, who doesn't like Viva Pinata? If you're gonna judge me for it, then okay, I'll step back. But I had a good time with Viva Pinata, man. Me and my kids absolutely loved it. I'm putting my kids in there just in case you guys think I'm weird. But yeah, me and my kids totally loved it. Yeah. I mean, it was totally for my kids that they were playing it mainly, but you know. This is a Saturday indeed. Lulu's tenacity is one of a kind, and her admission during the ABK trial where she revealed publicly, "I don't want a deal, I just want to block your merger," was, in my opinion, the turning point of the entire case. I mean, that was so dumb of Jim Ryan to say. How dumb could you get? That is probably going to go down as one of the dumbest things he said during the ABK trial. I want to say a big thank you for being so welcoming and becoming an inspiration to many young women in gaming who may have aspirations of working in this ever-growing industry. I'm sure that wherever your journey takes you, you will be an incredible asset to that company, and they will be very lucky to have you a part of the... Mate, she got such a good settlement. She's out for life. She can retire and never have to work again. You see, Leaf? See? He played it when he was a kid. I get it. Not settlement, payout. You know, from her shares. She had shares, right? She had a lot of shares. She got good money. Good money. You didn't think these people were just fighting for that sale for the sake of fighting for the sale, did you? They got good money. But you know, look at her over here. Proper in that ABK spirit. She was through and through ABK. Through and through. So, you know, good on her. Bobby Kotick is leaving Microsoft on December 29. Microsoft has now announced more Xbox leadership changes where Matt Booty oversees the existing leadership of Activision Blizzard. Read Phil Spencer's memo. Let's go read it. Let's go read his memo. Where's his memo? Earlier today, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick formally announced that on Friday, December 29th, 2023 will be his last day at Microsoft Gaming. Under Bobby's watch, Activision Blizzard, in its many incarnations, has been an enduring pillar of video games. Whether it's Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush Saga, or any number of other titles, his teams have created beloved franchises and entertained hundreds of millions of players for decades. I'd like to thank Bobby for his invaluable contributions to this industry, his partnership in closing the Activision Blizzard acquisition, and his collaboration following the close. And I wish him and his family the very best in his next chapter. I mean, the guy just got $400 million. I don't think he's going to do anything. With Bobby's impending departure, we are taking the next step in aligning Activision Blizzard with Microsoft Gaming by making the following organizational changes. Thomas Tipple, Vice Chairman, Activision Blizzard. Rob Kostich, President, Activision Publishing. Mike Ybarra, President, Blizzard Entertainment. That's good. I think that's a great move. Making Mike Ybarra, he's come full circle back to Microsoft. That's hilarious. But, you know, he's now the president of the company he loves. I think that's really good. And Jodolf Somestad is the president of King. All of them will report to Matt Booty, president, Game Content and Studios. The leadership teams for Activision Publishing, Blizzard, and King will remain in place, with no changes to the structure of how the studios and business units are run. Right. Genesis? Yeah, this is a leaked memo. This is supposed to be for company personnel only. Brian Bellotto, CAO, will report to Dave McCarthy, COO of Microsoft Corporation Gaming. Julie Hodges, CPO, will report to Cynthia Pali, CVP, Gaming Human Resources. Grant Dixon, Chief Legal Officer, will report to Linda Norman. I mean, none of these people care about. Armin Zezra, Chief Financial Officer, CFO, will report to Tim Stewart, the Corporate Vice President of Finance, as we previously announced to the finance team in October. Thomas, Brian, Julie, Grant, and Armin will continue to help us with the transition through March 2024. Lulu Mersavi, Executive Vice President, Corporate Affairs, and Chief Communications Officer, will be leaving ABK at the end of January. She has agreed to support Carrie Perez, General Manager Communications, on a leadership transition plan for the ABK Communications team, which will report to Carrie. Additionally, Human Shaknini, Vice Chairman, Blizzard and King, will depart at the end of December. We thank Humam, and Lulu for their leadership over the past year. For most of you, your day-to-day work will remain the same. It's still business as usual in bringing more groundbreaking experiences to more players around the world. At the leadership level, these changes will provide the clarity and accountability that is necessary to achieve our ambitious goals and foster a culture that is welcoming, empowering, and committed to gaming for everyone. We have an exciting 2024 lineup of games across Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, King, and Xbox Game Studios, and I know that we all look forward to sharing more details with our player communities when the time is right. Here's the memo from Matt Booty. Good Lord, they do like their memos. Today we are delighted to welcome the talented game development teams from ABK to our game studios and content organization. Together with Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda, our studios organizations will continue our mission to build world-class games that entertain and inspire players and create lasting communities of dedicated fans. In addition, today we are announcing Jill Braff as head of the ZeniMax Bethesda Studios. What happened to the old person? Guess it got turfed. Jill has a wealth of experience in games and entertainment with previous roles at Nintendo, Sega, Glue Mobile, Home Shopping Network, and at Warner Brothers. Building the online and marketing business for Ellen DeGeneres Show. She was our leader for the integration work with ZeniMax Bethesda joined Xbox, and through that work she has come to know many of their teams and leaderships well. Jill will be responsible for leading ZeniMax Bethesda game development teams. Half of what she's done has nothing to do with video games, right? I guess it'd be interesting to know what she did with Sega and Nintendo. No, I guess Glue Mobile, it's not really that thing because that's more for King, right? So be interesting to know what she actually did for Nintendo and Sega. Probably pit them against each other until one of them gave up. Jill will be responsible for leading ZeniMax Bethesda game development teams, which will continue to operate as limited integration entities, as well as continuing to oversee the Microsoft Casual Games team. Reporting to Jill will be Todd Howard, Todd Vaughn, Matt Firra, Paul Jensen, and Heather Cooper. Jamie Leder will remain in this role as CEO of ZeniMax Bethesda, reporting to me, and will continue supporting the ongoing integration work to support the development of the ZeniMax Bethesda portfolio of games. Robert Gray, ZeniMax Quality Assurance, and Timothy Baggs, ZeniMax Release Management, will move to report Todd Vaughn. Building on the successful launch of Starfield, all the ZeniMax Bethesda studios are poised to create some of the most exciting and innovative games in the industry. I am confident that Jill's leadership and support of the teams, along with her proven ability to build meaningful bridges back to Xbox, will further empower everyone at Bethesda to bring amazing experiences to our players. I want to thank each of you for your dedication and hard work. The best part of leadership at Xbox is the opportunity to see across all our projects and engage with all our teams. I'm excited for 2024, and our slate of games over the next 18 months is looking strong. Together we can create amazing, memorable experiences for our players, built in a culture that empowers everyone to be their most authentic selves. That's it. Dreamcast guy made a video on that? What, on this? What could he possibly say? What could he possibly say for a video on this? I'm actually genuinely intrigued. As a content creator myself, I can't see anything in this outside of it being, hey, and when we're looking at this, Boy Kotick is out. Massive leadership changes. Because going through all of that information in a video seems really boring. I mean, it was boring going through it now. Being done, but can you imagine a rework? Piss Cookie, Transam, Lunar Jetman, Gunfight, Nightlaw. Wow, dude, you are going way back. But yeah, that could be cool. Wait, PlayStation fanboys were telling me this game was dead. 22,284,331 days played. 26 million hours spent building ships. Almost 2 million planets visited. Almost, 4.5 million outpost settlers. That I can make a video on. That's Tower of Fantasy. I agree, guys. I agree. I really despise this guy. I really despise him. I don't really despise people, but I really, really do not like that guy. I really hate the way he disrespects people. It really, really irks me the wrong way. I really should block him. You know what? I'm actually going to block him. He really, really irks me the wrong way. Puerto Rock. I really don't like the way he refers to people as concubines. It really just, it rubs me the wrong way. It's such a disrespectful term. It's such a disrespectful term to use against other people. And it's really, really not nice. Like, he wouldn't say it to someone in real life, because if he did, they'd rip his face off, grind it against the floor, take him to a meat grinder, shove his head in the meat grinder, just so he could see how it felt. But, you know, How many hours did you clock in already? It's somewhere between here. If there was a 75, I would have clicked that. This Yeah, I know, that got real dark real quick. Xbox Series X re-review for 2024 and beyond. I think I've got about 65, 70 hours on it. But like I said, I've just been really slow at my playing. I've had a lot of things. David Hayter, let's go. The scam before is back on it. Really? What's going on with this? The day before, Steam keys being sold for hundreds of dollars. Oh, really? Because you can't actually buy it, people want to go in and see what it's all about. So they're paying all that money just to think. What a lemons. Awesome stuff. There you go. This is the end of year update that they said. It's good that, you know, they're adding more support to the game. Falls far away from their cult. Yeah. Yeah, I get why Sony is looking for plan Bs and Cs. It's a good game, but those budgets for one-off single-player games are not sustainable. That's the point, right? This is what I said in my video where I was talking about the leaks. The cost of these games, total budget for Spider-Man 2 was $315 million. It's not sustainable. Because all it takes is for the game to fail. And it's game over. Right? All it takes is one of these games to just not sell well, for it to hit a point in the economy where things just aren't going well. Whatever is the reason. All it takes is one game to underperform, and they're in dire trouble. What is it? If you're going to tell me that Aya Neo, it's not better. Yeah, it's going to cost way more than that, Edward. I know they're reusing some of the assets from the previous games for it to try and cut down cost. But these games are just costing too much. They're costing the same price as a blockbuster movie. Like, isn't the Avengers movie like 350, 400 million to make? That's and you've got so many AAA actors in there that you're paying as well. Like, it's crazy, right? They're basically, I mean, that's why these games kind of play out like movies, because they're designed like movies. But it's I don't know, man. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I hope we don't get more Marvel stuff, to be honest, but they saturated the movie market to the point of fatigue, and gaming space will end up the same. AOK Zoe A2? Let's have a look at it, chat. Let's have a look at it. AOK. I swear, if this is some kind of porn site, Taz. Dude, it's £1,000. Yo, Taz, I've got a handheld device that I'm building. It's going to cost $7,000. It's going to be better than the Asus ROG. Fuck's sake, man. Hey guys, are you interested in my new handheld console? It's going to cost $7,000, but it is better than the Asus ROG. Edward, yeah. But look, I will say this. There are people that enjoy that sort of gaming, where they enjoy the storytelling experience, and that's why these games do well. You know, I will say that the approach by Microsoft is the more business sense one. You kind of release a game that can be replayed over and over and over again. And then that gives you access to the microtransactions store. It gives you access to, you know, future revenues that can keep on going. Just like Halo Infinite Multiplayer. They released it for free, no money. But that microtransaction store is fueling it. People are spending on it for them to continue making, right? It's just the way it is. They're not going to continually update if there's no money. If it's not profitable, they won't do it. But they will learn and they will continue. But, you know, Sony's approach of a one and done game is not sustainable. It's just bad. It's bad. And they need those live service games to, you know, fuel and fund their future endeavors. And they just don't have it. And their community just doesn't really get it that they need it. Yeah, it does. That's the latest APU that AU graphics card that they've got on there. The Aya Neo Slide, I think, has the 7700. This has the 78. So yeah, it's gonna be better. But it's also $1,000. But there's one thing you're forgetting. One thing you're forgetting, Taz. Asus will support this long term with driver updates, and they know what they're doing. Who the hell is AOK Zoe? Sony is risking a lot here. Sony is risking a lot. Right? It's a really dangerous game that they're playing, where they're hoping that, you know, through these blockbuster games, the sales will match the quality. And so far, for the most part, they're actually doing quite well, give and take, right? But the reality is, all it takes is one of those games to slip up. One of those games that cost 400 million to make, and for it to make, I don't know, 100 million, and they'll lose 300 million, and that studio is screwed. Can you imagine the amount of job cuts that's going to happen to compensate for that? Like, there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance where they've got something running that's continuously generating that microtransaction money through the community, that's funneling that money into the other areas of the studio to compensate and just ease the burden a little and provide it. And this is what Jim was crying about with the whole Call of Duty. Call of Duty funds their single player experiences. But now there's a problem because Jim won't give, well, Jim's no longer there, but will Sony give Microsoft or ABK the dev kits for PlayStation 6 if Call of Duty is going to be a launch title? Jim said no. 100% no chance in hell. So what does that mean for games? Will it now be delayed because of Sony? Will we be seeing delayed Activision Blizzard games because of Sony, or delayed, you know, that's what it's pointing at. No, I agree, Triple M. Sony risking a lot, yeah. Man, just leave your goddamn helmet on. What is your problem? It's a simple task. PlayStation reportedly planning on selling games in parts for $50 each, raising overall prices to $100. And then they're going to sell the multiplayer separate to that as well, making it $150. Sony is planning on releasing Spider-Man 3 in 3 parts. 2 parts for the main game and with the multiplayer separately for a grand total of $150. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? The multiplayer should just be a free thing with the game. No way should it be. And it's tied to the main game as well. It's tied to the main goddamn game. And you know what? I bet you, I guarantee you, right? Every PlayStation fan's looking at this going, celebrate good times, come on. They're like, I will pay $500 for Spider-Man 2 or Spider-Man 3 or Spider-Man 4 because we buy our games, even though it's been proven that they don't. We buy our games, even though it's totally been proven that they don't buy games because their sales year on year has gone down. Adam is 100% correct on this. Let's see what Adam has to say.
Right. The blackmail itself is the real story,
Sure.
not the content they blackmailed from, but that is still the story itself.
Yeah.
I guess it's just like, my God, it just, people seem to be so much more interested in, assuaging whatever team they need to be on to get their clicks. I mean, it's like being an adult. Adulthood means difficult goddamn decisions, which is why you don't take sides between Hamas and Netanyahu. You just call them both assholes. I mean, it's like, this is still, in my mind, all one and the same thing. It's this performative solidarity with the game industry. I mean, half of these like sites and stuff like that, do the people who work at Insomniac even know you exist? I mean, it's strange and borders on the delusional.
Yeah, well, a lot of them, look, man, a lot of them want jobs at these companies. They don't want to be games journalists. That's part of it.
Well, no, and that's fair. Being a games journalist these days is like miserable. But I guess all of them acting like they're better than that. Like, how the fuck did the Pentagon Papers work? Somebody, Ellsberg stole it from Rand.
Yeah,
like you can't say that you're, like somebody was out there saying you're facilitating a crime. Oh my God!
Right.
Like that, like just says like that's. Oh my God! It's like no one even like the garbage coming out of people's mouths around stuff like this, and also.
You know what? That guy's reaction reminds me of my reaction in my video, because that's exactly what I was saying. Sony has been splitting games for many years. Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok. I mean, those are standalone games, right? Come on. Are all effectively standalone DLC sold for full price? I mean, God of War Ragnarok is a big game. It's not a DLC. Come on. It's a big game. I think I've got like, what, 25 hours and I'm still playing it. I got bored. Like, really bored. Like, really, 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 really bored. And stop playing, but you know, I still want to go back and finish it, but I can't call God of War Ragnarok a DLC. Miles Morales was a DLC. That I can agree with you on. Spider-Man 2, you know, if a game takes me 20 hours to complete, it's no longer a DLC to me. But Miles Morales, I'll give you. Spidey 3 is split into 3 parts going off the leaks. Yeah, we just covered that. But what this guy was saying here is that the media trying to back Sony and protect Sony is stupid. They either report on leaks or they don't. They don't have to cover the criminal aspect of it, which is, as far as he's saying, the actual personal information leak, although the actual leaks themselves, regardless of a leak, is actually a criminal activity, right? As we established early on in the stream. any leak that is exposed to the public without the company's consent is theft of intellectual property. It is why Hoyoverse of Genshin Impact started suing content creators, and one in China actually was put into prison, I think he was anyway, for reporting on leaks when MiHoYo told them to stop. And they didn't. So MiHoYo went straight after them with criminal charges to basically incarcerate them. They actually did that because it is theft of intellectual property. Any leak is theft of intellectual property. That's why you don't see leaks on Genshin Impact no more. Because all it took was one person being made an example of. All we need to know is they were hacked, and if the user info is... Dude, they don't even have to cover the user info side. Just cover the details of what's out there, right? They can completely sidestep anything that relates to personal info. I would not cover it. Like in my video, I made it perfectly clear that out of respect for the developers, I'm not going to show any game footage. I'm going to cover the numbers, the details, but the actual footage, I'm not covering. Right? I don't want it. That's a decision I made. I would make the same decision for PlayStation, for Nintendo, for Xbox, for any other company out there. That's my moral compass. I would not show that footage on a video. If you want to see it, go find it. But the other stuff that's, data related in terms of like stats and numbers, since everyone talks about that anyway, I think that's fair game. But that's just me, right? Includes Crash Bandicoot, Insane Trilogy, Team Racing Nitro Fueled. What's this for, Devontae? By user info, I mean if it was compromised, not who it was. Oh, right, yeah, but all of that information was actually thing. A lot of these Insomniac developers had to freeze their bank accounts at this time of the year, which is absolutely disgustingly bad, right? That's their Christmas ruined if they were leaving anything to the last minute. PlayStation sold 50 million units. That's all they care about. Yeah? And Spider-Man 2 was pretty buggy at launch. I mean, I know of a number of bugs that weren't even revealed to the public. Well, us reviewers knew about them. We're still not allowed to talk about it, mind you. But there was quite a few bugs that we were deliberately guided to not do during gameplay and not do during review process or not even talk about. So, is what it is. I do wonder where tech like this will be in 15 years. Why do I have this mental image of this breaking through someone's door, screaming, FBI, open up? And then doing that dance? Am I the only one with that mental image? Could you imagine this robot breaking through your door, doing this, saying FBI? Oh, that made me giggle. That made me giggle. Instead of putting pressure on games journalists not to report the leaks, ask Sony PlayStation to do better and improve their service. I mean, yeah. What? Mass Effect Legendary Edition is $5.99. Even on Xbox Live. I mean, I know it's free on the Game Pass, but dudes, at that price, just buy it. Just in case you ever want to play it and you don't have Xbox Live. You decide to come off it. Is it my imagination, or did like every outlet gleefully cover all the past leaks that were crimes, like the Capcom or GTA 6 stuff, but now suddenly those same outlets are taking a moral stand regarding the Insomniac leaks, but by not covering them? Crash Spyro triple play bundle. That's not bad, actually. For those that like those games. People weren't paying attention because they were so quick to disprove the slide. If you look at the bottom pick, it shows a PC, mobile phone, and a controller that represents consoles. They're looking at this. Everywhere experience. It looks like Sony is finally looking at the approach of Microsoft. Because even they have to see now that restricting it to one platform is not enough. Sony is finally starting to see the light of day. I tell you what, though, honestly, if Sony, like Microsoft, decide that they're going to release all of their games day and date, PC is going to be the best place to game. Devastator, how's it going, my dude? Welcome to the stream. PC is going to be the best place to game. And the most expensive, but it's going to be the best. At that point, spending $3,000 on a graphics card is still not going to be worth it. PS5 sales grew about 65% to 22.5 million units this year, whereas Xbox, of course, it's going to fall. That's kind of part of the problem. Hey, Devastator, thank you for that 2 months membership. Sony is being investigated because they overcharge. Yeah, they are. There's a few other things that they're being investigated for. I mean, this has been a really bad year for Sony, right? This has been a really, really bad year for Sony. Let's not make a mistake here. You know, from a number, they lost ABK. That's a massive blow. Now they're being, they relied on the CMA to safeguard them and the FTC. And the FTC, in all fairness, did a great job in trying to safeguard them. Because that's all the FTC was doing. Even though they failed, they're still at it. But now the CMA has turned its gaze onto Sony and said, right, what is this that you're doing? You've created a monopoly with your digital sales, with your digital products. You can't do that. So now they're being investigated up to $8 billion for that. We can clearly see their prices are spiraling out of control when it comes to their single player experiences. It's mental. They're having a really bad time. I still to this day can't believe that they cancelled Factions 2. I really genuinely believe that game would have been successful. If they continued with it, hired a team to come into it, I genuinely believe it would have been successful. Now, the other game that got cancelled, the Spider-Man GTA-like, that was never going to be successful. Can you imagine Spider-Man picking up a gun, running up to people and shooting them? No, neither can I. I just cannot see that game at all ever working. But the Factions one, with a story, a PvE story attached to it, would have worked so well. Sony trying to stop ABK deal opened the gates. It did. Thank you for that $2 super chat. It absolutely did, Devastator. It absolutely did. People have to realize it's not about the consoles anymore. It's about first-party games, but people still don't get it. They live in back past. See, Devontae, there's a double-edged sword to that. I've always said this, and I'm gonna, I will die on this. I will die on this hill, right? And the reason, the point I'm trying to make here is, look, I always look at this as a third-party publisher. If my game isn't going on Game Pass, then I have to release it on your console in order for me to get sales, right? Now, if Nintendo has 100 million consoles out there, there's a good chance I'm going to make a good amount of sales. If PlayStation has 50, there's a good chance I'm going to make a good amount of sales. If you have 10 million consoles, I'm just making a hypothetical number here, right? I'm not saying Xbox has 10. I think they've got like, what, 25 million now? But I'm just saying, if they have 10 million, the chances of me making a good sale on that platform is remotely reduced, considering the attach rate is roughly about maybe 5% of people picking up a game. Unless it's Nintendo, then everyone picks up a game. When it's Mario anyway. But that was a joke, by the way. That's the problem. Because if third parties start to say, it's not profitable for me to release the game on your platform, to port it over there, for the games that aren't going on Game Pass, then Xbox gamers who are only playing on the console lose out. PC players are winning. Cloud gamers, it doesn't really matter for them because they're getting their first-party games on cloud. Whatever they get from Game Pass that's available on the cloud, happy days. Everything else they'll play on other platforms. But for those that are restricted to the console only and only want to game on the console, it's a problem. It is. And I don't know how they can solve that problem. I genuinely don't, because of how fragmented they've become with the whole ecosystem. And, you know, as a service, it's phenomenal. It's Game Pass is profitable, as they said multiple times. They've said it costs roughly $1 billion a year to maintain with these contracts, and they make roughly about $3 billion a year in revenue from it, right? So that's just based on those two informations. That's a healthy profit coming from Game Pass, right? So it's not that it's not profitable. As a service product, it's great, and we know that Microsoft, you know, they excel when it comes to services. They're fantastic, right? That's their forte. That's their market. That's where they specialize the best. But the console needs to sell for those people that are on the Xbox console alone. Now, after the next generation, I can see maybe the transition starting to go to cloud. I think we've still got 2 more generations of consoles before things start to properly move to cloud, heavy cloud influence. But until we get there, the base console needs to be supported, because if it's not, as a third-party publisher, I lose the incentive unless Microsoft gives me a check to say, right, I want this game exclusive on my platform. And then things change. And one of the ways that they can actually shift consoles, right, is to just turn around, because they can't do it with first-party games. That's not going to happen. Because anyone that's got cloud or a PC or an Xbox can play first-party games. That's done and dusted. And they gave a promise that all first-party games, day and date, will be released. So as far as first-party games are concerned, that's out the door. But what you want is a really big game that's third-party, that will, you know, shift consoles, and then you turn around and say, right, Square Enix, or right, Capcom, I want this game to be exclusive for 1 year on the Xbox platform. And you can play it on Xbox. I guess you can probably play it on Game Pass Ultimate Cloud as well, but no other cloud service Nothing else. Just the Xbox platform. That's where I want it to be for 1 year. But that game has to be like really, really high profile that will shift consoles. And that's how I can see them shifting consoles. Or they're going to have to do what they're doing now in reducing the price at $350 and selling that way. I mean, that's one way. Obviously, they are paid a lot more than I am to come up with marketing strategy. So I could completely be chatting a whole bunch of shit and making myself look stupid right now. But, you know, something needs to give. Let's see what chat is saying. People have to realize... Oh, done that. So what happens when they do the same strategy as Xbox? Are they still going to have those big console sales? No, they're not, Anime. If they actually start... I mean, this is the thing. If they're not pushing it to the cloud and they're not pushing it to the subscription, they are going to be getting two sides of money. They're going to be getting the money from PlayStation, and then they're going to be getting the money from PC. And I think they will make a hell of a lot more money doing that. Because the PC gaming market, on average, has been reported to be 135 million. Now, even if 10 million of those bought it, and 10 million on PlayStation, that's double. Just because it's available on PC doesn't mean a PlayStation owner is going to rush out and buy a PC to play it on PC. They're still going to play it on PlayStation, but it opens up another avenue. But if you put it on a subscription service, that becomes a problem. Just look at Horizon Forbidden West. That game sold really well year one, but year two, they put it on to their subscription service, PlayStation Plus. It cannibalized their sales entirely. They had to slash their projected sales by 50%. Right? That's how much it affected by going on a subscription service. And unlike Game Pass, which is still growing, we don't know the numbers for PlayStation Plus anymore. It started to dip. They started losing subscribers quite a bit. So they actually stopped reporting on those numbers. So that's actually a thing. They can't do day and date on PC soon. Sony first party not set up for simultaneous development optimizations. I mean, they're just going to have to invest in it. They are. That's the thing. I got mum from dialysis, went to get groceries for Christmas, and you're still here streaming. Dude, don't you guys want me to stream? I could go if you want me to. I get it. Factions suffered from bloat. They wanted factions to be like GTA 9. The problem is Factions was supposed to be something different, right? Factions was supposed to be, it had this core single player, core story mode experience that it was going to have that told a story from a different perspective to the actual Last of Us games. And around that story, you had the multiplayer that was getting tacked on. And whether that was going to be like a GTA experience or whatnot is something we'll never know. But I genuinely believed it could have been something special. I do. I really do think it would have, and I think it would have been so successful. But the fact that Sony laid off 40% of their workforce between all the companies is a major factor as to why they had to can it off. Chaos, realistically, Sony devs are lazy a lot of the time. Potentially. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, now they can't be lazy because they've got a lot more work to do. Sony would need money to finish Faction soon, no matter what solution they choose. They need staff. It's not just money, they need staff. All those people that got laid off at Insomniac, they need to replace them and create it separate. Look, a live service game, everyone thinks it's easy to make. It's not. A live service game is really hard to maintain. The fact that Microsoft with Halo Infinite launched to generally positive reactions, and then everyone started to see the deficiencies of Halo Infinite, and it went downhill. I think we can all agree on that. It went downhill. And then they invested. They cleaned house. They got rid of the people that made it shit and brought in new blood to try and improve and make Halo what it was. And it's gone from, on Steam charts at the very least, from 800 to 1,000 players now to 6,000-7,000, and it's growing. That's like a massive achievement. But you need to have that mindset. Microsoft knows how to run live service games. They've got Sea of Thieves, they've got Grounded, they've got Halo Infinite, they've got Minecraft. Sorry, I hit the mic. They've got loads of games that they can pull in that, that information from, that knowledge from, that massive knowledge base. All Sony have is Bungie. And don't get me wrong. I'd have more trust in my cat's knowledge when it comes to live service games than I would with Bungie. That is not the hill you want to die on, right? I wouldn't trust Bungie if you paid me. No way. They can't even run Destiny, their own game. And I'm going to trust them with anything else? But what Insomniac needed to do was, Naughty Dog, was bring in a whole team for factions only. And then leave the core team doing the single player. And then if the multiplayer team needed, knowledge transfer, they could get that from the core team when they needed it. And that would have worked. But that requires heavy investment. And right now, Sony can't do that. Free online and COD on Game Pass. I can't see them getting rid of Xbox Live. They would lose about $4 billion right now. That's a lot of money to lose. Game Pass makes double what it costs. Yeah, more than double. Nintendo had a rep for quality, pays, treats devs well, so they stick around. Nintendo's in a league of its own when it comes to that. I will forever respect their CEO or their president, who, when the Wii U underperformed, my guy took a 50% pay cut so his staff wouldn't get fired and they would not have to reduce their wages or reduce their benefits. And what did he turn around and say? The failure is on me. But without that talent, we can't produce the quality games that we have right now. It's down to me to turn this ship around. And because of that, I've taken a 50% cut. That is a Giga Chad move. G-Mania, $5 Canadian. We still need consoles over PC because of physical discs. If everything goes digital, that's when I stop buying games. I mean, eventually it's going to go to the cloud, dude. Eventually it is going to the cloud. I know some people don't like that, but that is where everything's going. Because even with physical games, you're only buying a license. You're not actually buying the ownership. You're just buying a license to use that game. Obviously, you have a right to sell that license, and you have a right to trade that license, do what you want, but it's still a license that you're buying. You're not buying ownership. The reason I'm saying this is most people buy games on the PlayStation, but most of them, they play Call of Duty, 2K, NFL, knows the casual gamers. So basically, PlayStation is not really making that. No, they're not. Chaos, Sony increasing its game prices to $100 may start losing. They're going to lose sales on that. They are. And in my video, I used the example of a gacha game I'm playing, Tower of Fantasy, where, the costumes, the skins in that game are £100 each, right? Or $100. I haven't bought one in 1.5 years since I've been playing the game. Not one. They haven't got a single penny off me. But the whales, they buy everything. But had those skins, cost maybe $5 or a tenner, I would have bought a few. They would have made more money off me and the other normies and casuals than they are now. Right now, only the whales are buying it. And those that actually save up the free currency are burning their free currency on it, so they're not making any money off that either. So they're not making any money off the really low spenders who are basically just about paying $2-3 a month to get like the monthly pass or something. They're making no money off those people. All they're making money off is the whales. And it blows my mind, There has to be a balance somewhere. And I think Sony is really overestimating their thing here with that $100. But look at Spider-Man. Now they're saying we're going to split the game into 3. So instead of it being $100, it's actually $150. End up, the best platform is doing right is Nintendo. They got platform unlock. I asked that thing on respect because they know what they're doing. Xbox is getting there, but they're not there yet. Yeah. They did that on the Rise of Tomb Raider, and the media tried to cruise it. Do you remember that? I remember that. The media absolutely murdered Microsoft when they tried to, when they actually made Tomb Raider exclusive. Murdered them. IGN absolutely slaughtered them at the time. How times have changed, huh? In Canada, games would be $120 to $140. In there, $100. It's crazy, dude. It's really weird because, like, between £60 and £70, it's only a £10 increase, right? I went to the supermarket today to change my son's Xbox Elite Pro controller. I got him the blue Xbox Elite 2 core controller. I got him 2 of it. I got him one. It came out broken out of the box. Got him a second one that was broken as well. So we went back and got a third one, and that one I actually took my Steam Deck to the store, and the guy's going, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm plugging the controller." And he goes, "Why?" Because I can't be bothered to go home and find out that this controller's broken as well. I installed the Microsoft accessories app and tested the buttons to make sure they worked because his buttons weren't working on the other 2. But, at the end of the day, it's, even though it's just $10, it's that psychological thing for me that it's now closer to 100, and it prevents me from buying games day one. I have to really want that game to buy it. Really, really want that game to buy it. And it's weird because it's only $10. When I went to this, as I was saying, when I went to the supermarket, I went off track a little bit there. I saw these figurines for Mario and Sonic. And I know my nephew really loves Mario. They were £6 each. And so I bought 2 of those, and I bought a little Sonic figurine for my little one. And so it came to like 18 quid. Like, £10 is nothing, right? You spend £10 almost on a coffee in Starbucks or something. But it's that psychological thing where it's now closer to that £100. It makes you think about spending that money on a game. And when your salaries aren't increasing with inflation, you think about it even more. Believe me, I haven't had a pay rise in 6 years. So my salary now is worth a hell of a lot more than it was worth 6 years ago. So stuff like this always is playing on your mind, but a lot of it is psychological. But the moment it goes to $100, that's like a game over territory for some people. They just won't buy it. Or they're going to look for a second-hand copy of the game for 50 quid. Or they're going to wait for a dirt cheap sale 2 years down the line and buy it then. Not everyone wants to play the game day and date, right? They can wait. I think if games ever reach the $100 base mark, I'm going to leave game behind. It's going to reach that mark, whole grain bread. It is. That's without a shadow of doubt. It is. But when it does, services like Game Pass just become so much more lucrative. Like, let's face it, right? Look at it this way. If games are $100 each, right? Free games will cost you $300. Even if Game Pass went to $200, it's still a saving. You are still saving for that whole year. And that's the way I see it. Right now, I'm paying $120 for things like $130 for a year, right? Games are £70 each, £140. 2 games I play on Game Pass, and I've already made my money. And then anything else I play on top of there counts as free. If it went to £200 for the whole year from $130, I just need to play 3 games a year. 3 day one releases that I enjoy. And that's it. It's still worth it. And so you're going to see a massive shift from people that used to buy single individual games, moving over to subscription services where you just get a much better service. Sony doing this is only pushing people over to Microsoft. That's it. Devontae doing Microsoft's God's work by putting all those deals on there. Good shit, good shit. Warframe's a weird one, but yeah. Don't physical discs only have a small portion of the game anyway? Not always. Some physical games have the full game. But actually, a lot of them have the full game. What they don't have is the day one patch. And some games work okay without a day one patch. Some games will work amazing without a day one patch. Some games just won't function without a day one patch. No, I'm glad you're still streaming and just wondering what I miss because life gets in the way sometimes. I know, mate. I'm just joking. They need money for staff to expand. They need money for new studio. Need money to pay devs to remove gas elements. Either way, they need money at a time Sony is cutting back. I mean, Sony's cutting back hard. Xbox Live is included with Game Pass Ultimate. It is. I don't think Sony devs are lazy, but overworked and skill sets not used by Sony Walking Dead formula. I mean, it's a formula, right? It's a formula that they're using. Nintendo had good and bad leadership depending on where you look. They did, but they learned from it. If you learn from it, I see that as a net positive. If you don't learn from it and you make the same repeated mistakes over and over and over again, then you're not learning anything. You're not moving forward. Mobile games make billions from DLC sold for cents. Yeah, mobile games. I mean, dude, Genshin Impact is a mobile game. It makes 40, 50 million a month. Nikkei. That's literally just boobies and ass cheeks. That fan service in that game is phenomenal. But you know what? It's making 70 million a month. Honkai Star Rail, making millions a month. 70 million a month. Blue Archive, 60 million a month. This is big money, right? Show me a console game that's making that sort of money every single month. Show me one. Show me one game that is making. I'm guessing someone's going to say GTA. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. What do you mean the video cut out? What video cut out? Guys, did anything cut out? I said don't say GTA. And I don't even know if they're making that much, honestly. I don't even know if Fortnite and GTA is making that much money. Every single month. I don't even know if they're making that much money every single month. It is one of the better free-to-play games because you don't need to pay for anything and you can grind primes and trade them for platinum. Yeah, but then that's why that game isn't as big. They're trying. But if enough people are getting everything for free, how are the developers making money to fund the game? That's the thing here, right? At the end of the day, with these free-to-play games, they're not free. They are free to a certain extent, and there are some people who will legitimately play fully free. But if there's no one paying for anything, the game dies quite early. And that's it, it's game over. One of the big first examples of Xbox tax. Game Pass is a really good deal. Has a lot of positive. I hate when players. I mean, yeah. The Vanguard missions in Starfield are so good. Dude, that's the one I've just started. I've literally just joined the UC Vanguard. Hope it's good to see that it's good. Sony made the same mistakes over and over. Neither Ryan nor Layden invested in first party. Layden was actually cool, right? I actually liked what Layden did. I mean, he's the one that masterminded the PS Vita and the PSP, I think. At least the PSP. But Sony just refused to invest in the handhelds. And like I said, investing in gas and PC is a big, big undertaking. It's not something that you can take on lightly. It's a big undertaking, and you need to have the infrastructure set up for it. Trying to outsource it to a company and letting them deal with it kind of doesn't always work. You kind of need that internal structure to be able to take it on board and do it. And Sony just hasn't built that properly yet. GTA screen went white for about 3 seconds. I mean, it shouldn't have. I'm looking at the stream. It looks fine. It looks healthy. Let me see. Yeah, it looks healthy. It looking good. In 2021, GTA made around 911 million over 12 months. Yeah, that's got nothing on. Well, I wouldn't say nothing, but I think Genshin made more money than that. Dude, Hoyoverse made $5 billion in 6 months. Right? $5 billion in 6 months. That's a lot of money. Nice. I'm going to have to check that out. They're a Chinese company making mobile games that they release as pretty much console games. You can play them on your PlayStation. Unfortunately, not on Xbox because Microsoft were stupid enough to turn Hoyoverse down. What a mistake that was. They are still kicking themselves for that one. Layden was better than Ryan, but both made big mistakes. Investments in gas, etc. is big, but Sony should have started investing years ago. I mean, that's what Ryan tried to do, right? Jim tried to do that. Jim tried to do that, and it fell apart really quickly. It fell apart really, really quickly. Xbox does. Xbox does. But it needs the right one, right? By turning down Hoyoverse for Genshin Impact, they made a big mistake. That would have been a milker for them for years to come. Subchaos, it just came from Young Year latest video. Insomniac didn't deserve. Apparently people keep the same energy. Look, I'm not saying... No one here is saying that, you know, Insomniac deserved to be hacked. Right? I don't think anyone in this chat is going to turn around and say that they deserved. But at the same time, the media turning around and saying that they're not going to cover any of the information is horseshit too. Is what I'm saying. That's just showing double standards. Amazing to see Tom Warren calling out blatant hypocrisy of gaming media. I mean, this right here. They were falling over themselves to be the first to get stories out about leaks when other companies, but this time none of the sites or their podcasts want to cover it. Really fun, really feel for the Insomniac crew. Not just because it's putting all their work out there, but also their lives. It's awful. This isn't a leak, it's a malicious breach that endangers people. Won't be covering the content of it on GameSpot. Genuinely curious what's the difference here over covering the Capcom hack or GTA 6 hack. Y'all covered the contents of both in detail. So we've got this from Tom Warren, where he basically turned around and said, something clearly feels different this time round. And I think it's because it's Insomniac. They're beloved developers that create awesome games, and there's a very real emotional attachment to that and a desire from many to not harm them. Like, he's gone from this. I think it's understandable from a day-to-day developers, even journalists. We're all human after all. Hacking feels more intrusive than some, you know, he's talking about. I wonder what's changed to go from that to this. What changed? I think enough people calling him out is what changed, because that's wild, right? That's wild from his original statement. That's crazy. When a PlayStation studio gets a leak, oh dear, gorgeous. Any other studio gets a leak, you effing donkey. Oh, I love Gordon Ramsay. Ryan tried but started too late. He should have bought more studios like Haven to work on gas, not force existing first party to pivot. Yeah. Yeah. You don't bite the hand that feeds. There you go. There you go. You don't bite the hand that feeds. You don't bite the hand that feeds. I've already asked him, Genesis. I've retweeted him. I've quote tweeted him. I've got no response. And I don't expect to get a response, honestly. Tom at Tom Warren is one of the very few ones I respect on this app. And now, you know, as soon as he's turned around and asked this question 4 hours ago, whatever it was, everyone turns and says, right, he's good. Oh, shit. That's cold. Mate, just look at that. Jimmy Boy knew something. This is when that's when Jim Ryan sold his shares, by the way. That's when Jim Ryan sold his shares. I think he's a very happy man right now, don't you think, chat? That's all right, Triple M. I appreciate you sticking around. What do you think, chat? I think Jim tried to look ahead to see. Jim knew that the single player games were not sustainable. Losing ABK was a real thing. So going into gas games was the logical way to do it. People look at, live service games and shit on them all the time. If you make a good live service game, it will make you a lot of money for a long time. The problem with it is 1 in maybe 50 is going to land. We see a lot of live service games. Babylon's Fall, Avengers, Anthem. They come and go. They don't stand the test of time. In fact, I think only outside of Warframe, Destiny and The Division, to me, are the only other two that has really stood the test of time for a live service kind of looter shooter style of game that keeps people coming back for that grind. Everything else around them has kind of failed. We've got The First Descendant coming. We're going to see how that continues going. But is it going to succeed? Is it going to pass, 6 months of service before they shut it down? Who knows? It's really hard to land a live service, but if you do land that live service, it will fund pretty much everything in your company. It will be the milk that keeps on milking. What was a bad vid, Devastator? This could be insider trading. I mean, he must have knew something, right? He must have knew something, Triple M. He must have, because he sold it at its peak, and then it took a dive, and then it took a big dive. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Where is Minnie? Drink. Pretty, please. All right. Turn it off. It's since been updated. Ratchet and Clank sold 2.72 million as of February 2022 and has made a profit for Sony. This is great to hear after the previous leak suggested otherwise. So at 2.2 million, it didn't make a profit. At 2.72 million, it did. Reforged Ponies latest vid. It make Mixie angry. Is it worth us checking out the latest vid? Anime, people hate it because it's not on PlayStation. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that Starfield is a 10 out of 10 game. There are clear problems that Starfield has to address. I don't think they'll ever address them. Because clearly they're design choices with the fast traveling system. But at least for planetary travel, I think they can fix that with faster than light travel. So we've seen it with mods, right? Where you can travel from one planet to another. So it's definitely possible. They can do it and add it into game mechanics. So that's something they can fix. But within the cities with the whole fast traveling thing, I don't think they can. But I think for some, they should try. Man, I'm scared to poll for anything on this chat. The last time I done a poll, I got roped into playing Kong. You guys are twisted. Oh, I think Starfield is a fantastic game. And if you're playing on PC, right? If you're playing on PC, whether it's PC Game Pass or Steam version, if you're playing on one of those two, 100% download the mod Star UI. I guarantee you will thank me. It is the great, in my opinion, if there's one mod that you can absolutely have, it's that one. Trust me, it's so good. Like, it's really, really good. You will thank me. At least just look it up. Run through High on Life. At least that's not as bad as Kong. That's a good game. I sat down and watched my kid play that. Hey, Hits and FG's Blunted. How's it going? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I think Starfield will last a generation. Once the mods actually start coming out properly, the real mods. Right now, you've just got the basic mods. Once the real mods start coming out, that's not surface UI level, but actually code level, then you're going to start seeing some really cool shit. Good, Blunted. Remnant Games. Destiny is not better than Starfield. Destiny is shit. Destiny is so shit that I would actually comfortably say after playing Skull Island Rise of Kong that Skull Island Rise of Kong was a much more enjoyable game than Destiny. And I will stand by that. Destiny is shit. And I've been playing since since the beta of Destiny 1. So it's not like I've just jumped into the game yesterday. I've been playing that game since the beginning. Destiny 1 was amazing. One of the best experiences I've had in gaming. But Destiny 2 has been a train wreck. And ever since Activision actually left Destiny, it's been a complete colossal clusterfuck. The actual Witch Queen was pretty decent. I'll give it that. Witch Queen was pretty decent. But my God, and what made Witch Queen good was the legendary missions. The legendary difficulty actually made it really fun doing the campaign on legendary. But thinking back, I can't think of a memorable moment in Witch Queen. I can't. I really can't. There are so many I can think of in Forsaken, which was done by Vicarious Visions. 90% of that expansion was done by Vicarious Visions. I can think of loads with Warmind. Warmind was awesome. Awesome. But that was done by Vicarious Visions. The base campaign, I actually thought was pretty good. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I actually really liked it. And guess what? A lot of that was done by Vicarious Visions. You want to know which one Bungie did make themselves? Curse of Osiris. How shit was that? I'm a shill? No, I'm not. I just know a shit game when I see it. Reforged will always... Reforged tried to defend a $100 game badly. I'm in here, week on, week out, promoting Forspoken, a PlayStation 5 game that I think everyone should play. Everyone. Because it's a damn good game. It's a game that got crucified by the media for no goddamn reason. If I think a game is good, I will promote it regardless of platform. Right? I'm not shitting on one side, saying this is bad because it's Sony own it. I've been saying Destiny's shit way before Sony bought them. I mean, Lightfall was the worst expansion of all time. That was absolutely dog shit. Anyone that can say Lightfall is good has no taste in video games. Yeah, that Forsaken was phenomenal. Phenomenal. I love Forsaken was great. I played it week in, week out. Now there's nothing that brings me back to it. High Moon, I assisted. Yeah, High Moon as well. High Moon as well. High Moon was really good. They did. I mean, the ones where Vicarious Visions and High Moon actually did the work, those expansions were damn good. But everything that was solely Bungie just seemed to have flopped. But I used to love Destiny. I had like what? I think on Destiny 1, I had maybe 2,000, maybe 2,500 hours. Destiny 2, I had half of that. I just couldn't be bothered anymore after Forsaken. It just dropped for me. I have Forspoken. It is a good game. Yeah, Forspoken is good. I recommend everyone to play it. Don't play the demo because the demo is dog shit. When I contacted Square Enix and because their PR guy contacted me asking me what I thought of the demo, what I thought of the game because they gave me a review copy at the time, and I asked them, why did you actually put the demo out? Because the demo killed your game. The demo is so bad that you would struggle to give it a 2 out of 10. But the main game is a solid 7. The demo was so bad, it gave such a bad misrepresentation, and so many people reviewed the game based off the demo alone. They didn't even buy the full game to do a proper demo. I saw so many reviews demoing the game off the demo. That demo was dog shit. But I will stand by Forspoken, and I'm really sad. I'm really sad to this day that we may never get a sequel, because I do want to see how that game finishes. Mate, if you're happy to do 5,000 hours of strikes and Gambit, Godspeed, dude. Godspeed. Godspeed. If you want to do the same shit content every single week, go for it. I'm just saying, you can do what you like. It's okay. Play on the same PvP maps every single year. And before you say they're bringing in new map packs, bringing in is the key word here. Since ABK's with Xbox, I'm hoping for a return of Deadpool by High Moon. That would be awesome. I really liked the Deadpool game. It wasn't overly brilliant, but it was fun for what it was. But what would be interesting is if Vicarious Visions and High Moon decided to create their own live service Destiny-style game. They've got the experience, right? So that would be actually really interesting. Actually do a good job. Or at least the undelist it for sale again. Yeah. I think I had to buy it. Dude, no one is more disappointed than me at Destiny's downfall. I lived in that game. Lived. It was like the only game I played for years. But to see what it's become now, it's just a shell of its former self. It's all just minimum low effort. Come on, look at that. Oh, speak of the devil. What's the best and the worst thing about Destiny 2? Best dungeons, which they now are making you, which they're individually making you pay for. They're slowly stripping that game bit by bit. Worst, free to play, seasonal model, FOMO, and of course the monetization. But they forgot PvP. They forgot anything that's meaningful, actually. No innovative playlists, cheaters in PvP, shallow storytelling outside of the lore cards. Worst, recent good designs for weapons and armor, decent balancing, good dungeon, best. Bad, repetitive, boring gameplay loop makes me not want to play and enjoy the things I listed above. Good, gameplay is really nice. I mean, gunplay is still great, right? The gunplay will always be a sweet point for thing. I'm just reading other people's reactions here. Worse, No Land Beyond is not in the game. That was such a good gun. That gun was so broken. I loved it. That was a good gun. It looked so shit, but it was such a great gun. It was. It was such a good gun. Final Fantasy 14. It has more content. And it hasn't put anything in the into any kind of bullshit vault. There you go. Regards to Forspoken, when did it get announced to Xbox? Because I can buy it today for 27. Ever an announcement that it was coming to Xbox? Forspoken on Xbox? Really? No way. You might be thinking Forsaken. Oh, shit. You're right. When did it come to Xbox? Is this PC or... What? Oh, it is playable on PC. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It's PC. Never mind. I was going to say, this is a PlayStation exclusive. He almost was like, well, I was about to buy it again just to replay it because I enjoyed it so much. In Tanto we trust. Good DLC too. This was a really good game. Seriously, I recommend it. Good boss battles. I stopped playing Destiny 2 when it left Game Pass. I mean, I've bought all of them. I've got the deluxe edition for Lightfall as well. Like I've got every single DLC. But this will be the last one I buy. Scarlet Scarab, you gave me hope. Last week you found out who shot Crow in Forsaken Chaos. Yeah, I'll probably watch an Aztecross video or something. Destiny 2 looks good, sounds great, plays great. I think they've just lost something along the way. Everything is so... I mean, we now know why it's so heavily monetized and all they care about is extracting as much money from you as humanly possible because they're trying to save the company. But I think that's hurt the game a lot. A lot. Damn it, Diablo! Now I don't even have to watch anything. You ruined it for me. God damn it! We were posting more cuts at Sony, Insomniac about to get hit, and there is a line about an unnamed studio being closed. Oh, really? Rainbow. That's interesting. In 10 years, Sony would be... Nah, I don't think they'll be third party. I don't think any of them are going third party. Forspoken due on Xbox next year. That's a long way away. I know, right, Blunt? Sony paid for 2 years for flops like exclusivity. It was, well, financially it was a flop. But that's because the media absolutely crucified it. It was a good game. Alright, where's that video? Someone want to link it to me? Oh, shit. That was a good game. They won by 0.1%. Shit. This is the PvP in Final Fantasy 14. Damn, man. Winning by 0.1%. That must have been a tough game. Give that a like. Don't do... Fuck, you know.
1.67 terabytes of data. That's thousands of gigs of top secret stuff. 1.67 terabytes of data.
Breaking news, Insomniac pressured by Sony to make budget cuts despite the success of Spider-Man 2. These and other presentations provide a clear sense that Insomniac, despite its success and seemingly... Where is this? Business plans change and Sony would not confirm if the discussed cuts are still on the table or already completed, but a notes file referencing a November 9 PlayStation offsite meeting reiterates 50 to 75 number of cuts. The note suggests the cuts are being asked of other PlayStation studios as well, including the line, "There will be one studio closure." Sony did not respond when asked for clarity. These and other presentations provide a clear sense that Insomniac, despite its successes and seeming resources of its parent company, is grappling with how to reverse the trend of ballooning blockbuster development costs. We have to make future AAA franchise games for $350 million or less, reads one slide from a sustainable budgets presentation earlier this year. In today's dollars, that's like making Spider-Man 2 for $215 million. That's $65 million less than our Spider-Man 2 budget. Another slide puts the problem more starkly. Is 3 times the investment in Spider-Man 2 evident to anyone who plays the game? It's not, because it doesn't look like it. Sure, graphically it's a step-up improvement, but that's about all it was. A more recent presentation in November points to potentially more drastic cuts. Slimming down Ratchet and cutting new IP will not account for reductions Sony is looking for, reads a PowerPoint. Not attributed to Insomniac head Ted Price. To remove 50 to 75 people strategically, our best option is to cut deeply into Wolverine and Spider-Man 3, replacing lower performers with team members from Ratchet and new IP. Shit. Man, that's... So what they're looking at, what that basically tells you there, right, is that they're going to look at the staff, look at their performance reviews, and those people that aren't performing at a certain level, they might be good, but they're not basically doing that overtime or whatever. You know, they're not going above and beyond. They're going to be gone. They're removing those, and they're saying, right, Ratchet and other IPs, your games aren't doing very well, or you're not making me $500 million, so you need to come over here, and you're going to replace those people. Which essentially, from these two paragraphs, they're saying that they're going to basically cut the budget on the games to make them less investment and try to provide a watered down quality while trying to give an acceptable experience. This is bad. This is really, really bad. But this is what we were talking about at the start of the stream, right? That money is not sustainable that they were putting in every blockbuster game. It's just not. They need those live service games to provide that constant fuel of money. And so all these PlayStation fans that say, you know, games like Destiny are bad for Sony, they're not. Games like Destiny keep the lights on. Destiny might be making rehashed content, reskinned content, low effort, but that microtransaction store is pumping out silver and items, and people are buying. And as long as they're buying, that's bringing in revenue. How much does it cost to make that weapon skin? That's a reskin already anyway. They just make a little design, probably an hour or two's work, and they're making bank off that skin constantly. This is good business models, right? And this is where Microsoft is excelling at. That microtransaction store. Sony needs games like Destiny. Regardless of how I feel about Destiny, they need games like Destiny. They need those live service games to keep that microtransaction money coming in, week out, to stop shit like this from happening. Insomniac is practically carrying PlayStation and still getting hit. Something is really rotten at Sony. I wish those budget cuts were on something that are still put in the Spider-Man 2 game. But yeah, Insomniac is Sony's best studio. How dare they treat them this way? Sony would have no games without Insomniac. I mean, they'd have Naughty Dog's remasters, right? I missed Insomniac. That was Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive won't be coming for a long, long time because Microsoft has the IP and the legal rights to sequels. That's why you're not seeing anything. Business plans change, and Sony would not confirm if the discussed cuts are still on the table or already completed. If they're not willing to discuss it, it means they're on the table. But a note file referencing a November 9 PlayStation offsite meeting reiterates 50 to 75 number of cuts. The note suggests the cuts are being asked to other PlayStation studios as well, including the line, there will be one studio closure. Sony did not respond when asked. This is really awful. Absolutely awful. Like, seriously, this is bad. You're looking over here and they're clearly questioning, with Spider-Man 2, did 3 times the investment in Spider-Man 2 over Spider-Man 1, did that materialize into units sold? And clearly it did not. You know, Spider-Man 2 may have sold well, but I don't think it sold anywhere near what they were hoping it to sell. That's, you know, that's bad. I don't, you know, it just looks like things for Sony are going from bad to worse. They are having to make really big changes. And the new person that's going to come in, whenever they do come in, they're going to walk into such a shit show. It's not even funny. Like this, I mean, it's just, they are trying to slim down as much as possible to try and manage those numbers because for whatever reason, I guess they can't rely on the COD money, even though they can for a while at least. But it looks like they're already making plans to not rely on that going forward. So clearly they know something that we don't. Because they've repeatedly said that COD is one of their biggest earners when it comes to funding these projects. And what's crazier is the fact that with ABK, they had a 20% deal. They made 20% on the sale. With Microsoft, they're making 30%. So they're actually making more money. They've actually got a much better deal now that Microsoft has ABK. Microsoft gave them a better deal. Previously, they had a 20-80 split, 80% to ABK, 20% to them. Now they got that 30%. They got 10% more revenue coming in from each sale. I don't know, man. This to me is bad. This is really bad. I really hope that these cuts aren't made during Christmas at the very least. I mean, over the next 3 days, hopefully they're not, because losing your job now would be absolutely devastating. And hopefully they won't have to, remove these people. But this year has been absolutely horrendous for job cuts. It really has. It's, in the industry, it's just been the worst. We've had one of the best gaming years of all time. Those games have gone on to sell extremely well, but evidently that's not, those sales aren't enough to secure jobs. It's not. And that's messed up, man. That is really, really messed up. Media Molecule was rumored to be up for closure, supposedly. Yeah, I heard that as well from a while ago. There was another branch within them that actually was being closed, a subsidiary of theirs. Wouldn't surprise me, still awful. They need the gas games to generate money since they will no longer be getting the marketing deal money for COD like they were in the past. Exactly, Scarlett. Exactly. Exactly that. Exactly. Is Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail still not giving Sony shares? They're making Sony bank, but it looks like it's not enough. Just not enough. This may be what Jim Ryan knew that we didn't. It's possible. It's very possible. It's very possible. Layoffs will continue across the board. There'll be one studio closure. It's freaking messed up, man. It's freaking messed up. This is bad. And some of these info from Sony was already bad before the leaks came out. It looks like a lot of dirt is coming out. A lot. Insomniac does not retain the rights to Sunset Overdrive. Microsoft still what? Microsoft. It's a Microsoft IP, from what I understand, but I saw the legal contract today for Sunset Overdrive, and Microsoft owns the rights to DLC, remasters, re-releases, and sequels. So if Sony wanted to make Sunset Overdrive, a remaster version of that, it would have to be cross-platform. If they wanted to make a Sunset Overdrive 2, it would have to be cross-platform because that's within the contract Microsoft signed with Insomniac back then. They're doing an X-Men film in 3-4 years, I've seen. Yeah. Terrawheel was fun. We should stop Xbox from using AMD trash processors. AMD's GPU side of things is pretty good, though. The Intel processors are still wayward, but they're getting better. And the chances of Sony actually giving Sunset Overdrive to to Microsoft? No chance in hell. Microsoft could never buy AMD. The regulators would never allow it. We already saw Nvidia trying to buy ARM, and that shit was blocked real quick, real fast. OpenCritic got caught slipping and deleted their tweet. Their tweet was very bitter. PlayStation fanboys everywhere in the gaming media. For those pointing out our hypocritical coverage of the Capcom leaks, we regret that coverage. We ceased publishing news and stories in 2021 because we felt like we could not put forward a robust, professional, and fairly compensated effort. We're very sorry to Capcom. Oh, now you're sorry to Capcom. You didn't give two shits back then, though. But now you're sorry to Capcom. Now that you're being called out. Hey, this is the new Twitter trend. The new Twitch trend. What do you think? Gonna get off that real quick before I get demonetized. Better late than never, but they're only saying that Triple M because they're being called out. If they weren't being called out, they would not apologize. And therefore, it makes that apology 100% useless, worthless, right? You make an apology before your arm is forced, then it counts. If you make a heartfelt apology when it counts, that's great. But if your arm is forced into it, then that apology means absolutely nothing because you don't mean it. You're only making that apology because you were called out. I mean, their benchmarks are pretty decent though, right? Their graphics cards, they're pretty on par. It's just to save face, Triple M. Yeah, exactly. Bethesda just made a pretty major announcement. We're not just here to say goodbye to 2023. We've been hard at work on everything coming to Starfield in 2024. While we're not ready to go into details just yet, you never are, by the way. First, we're targeting updates for roughly every... Oh, this is the thing that I posted about. I still don't understand this. We've also been adding all new gameplay options. With those new settings, you'll be able to alter your gameplay to allow for an easier or more challenging experience that will expand beyond our normal... Oh, okay. So there's going to be like a super easy mode. These will also allow you to easily customize your carry capacity, cargo access distance, ship damage, vendor credits, how you suffer afflictions, new survival mechanics, and more. This was missing from the information. Let's go. No more encumbered. Let's go. The shittest system in the game is about to get removed. Let's go. It's more likely that we'll get EA, to be honest, than Valve, but I could be wrong. They'll never get Valve. Valve is way too big. Like, Valve literally prints money every second. Way more than anyone else. It's more like, what if Tango Gameworks tried their hands at Sunset Overdrive? They can't, but, because there's like a weird thing with Insomniac. Insomniac still retain, I think, part of the IP. I don't know how it works exactly, but they can't release basically, that game can't be made they can't do anything to that game without releasing it on Xbox as well. Even if Insomniac owned the IP, that contract that's in place prevents Insomniac from basically doing anything. Microsoft done them good. Microsoft done them real good. So someone new gets leaks from an insider. We can expect none of the people who didn't talk about Sony leaks to talk, right? Sandman, it's going to be front page news. That shit's going to be posted on the Pentagon. That's interesting. I'd understand Insomniac went with Microsoft specifically because they wanted to keep the IP. In some way, even talking about... Yeah, they were. And they even said a really weird thing saying that they need to find a new publisher for it. But that didn't make any sense. But Microsoft basically hold the rights to remakes, remasters, re-releases, and DLC and the sequel. How long that contract is in place, I don't know. But it's still active to this day. What would a partnership with Valve do, though? What would it get Microsoft? I'm saying if Intel has good options in 2024, why shouldn't Xbox do an agreement with them instead of AMD or NVIDIA? I mean, they could definitely do something with them in the next console. But that next console right now is probably already halfway in kind of fixation. The last thing Microsoft want to do is what they did with the Series X. Because what they did with the Series X was criminal. They basically gave publishers the SDK, the development kit, like a month before the console came out. Before then, they had like a test kit that they were working on from the original Xbox with upgraded mats in there. They didn't actually have the Series X development kits. They didn't get them until like a month or 6 weeks before the console launch. What they want to do is make sure that these studios have the development kits like 2 years in advance, so they can actually start working on the actual kit itself, so they can release good looking games. There's a reason why Halo looked like the way it did. EA, not sure. Sega, I can eventually see it. I think it's ways off at the moment, but I can eventually see it. If Trump wins, what does Trump have anything to do with Xbox buying Nintendo? And I can't see Nintendo selling anytime soon, honestly. J Gaming, Linux is the big problem here. Microsoft, Linux gives you access to the kernel, and that's the problem that people don't like. Publishers don't like it. It makes avoiding the anti-cheat so easy. It allows you to do stuff that really you shouldn't be able to do because you can get access to the root kernel. That's the biggest issue that people don't like with Linux. Well, publishers don't like with Linux because it opens the door to so many things that shouldn't actually be, that they don't want you doing with the game. I can see them. I mean, if the Paramount talk, I can see happening. Big concern if my Amazon, Apple buy EA. I think if Amazon and Apple go for EA, Microsoft will as well. But will the regulators allow Microsoft to buy something, that big after they've just bought ABK? I'm not so sure. See, that's a weird one, Devastator. It makes logical sense for them to buy Sega, but at the same time, I can also see them partnering with them instead of buying them. But it would be great for Game Pass. I mean, Biden hates Microsoft, right? Biden absolutely hates Microsoft. So anything that can come positive to Microsoft, I mean, it's probably why the FTC is still after Microsoft, because of Joe Biden. About that Microsoft buy Nintendo, you should go watch Shadow Things and Cards, because he touches on that, and it can be an actual possibility. There is, you know what? Do you know what video it is? I also wanted to watch that Reforged Gaming video. Is it this dude? That's a 3-hour stream though, dude. Do you know what minute I should be looking at? I really don't understand why Joe Biden hates Microsoft so much. Also, there's the whole... I'm going to keep this because I want to try out this shadow key. Did he block me here too? Which video was it, by the way, for Reforge?
Call of Duty 20.
Shut up. Your voice even irritates me. I will do. You know what? I'm actually going to, since you recommended him, I will even drop him a subscribe. I will check him out. Give him a look. Does anyone... Someone told me to look at Reforge because apparently he had something about $100. I don't see it here though. So I'm guessing it's not there. Man, this game was so good. I'd play it, but I'm scared to get copyrighted because I know exactly what music's going to come from Americana. Does anyone know which video it was that you told me to look at for... What a clown. This guy really does just clip everything. I'm guessing not. Someone in chat recommended that I look at the Reforge video about money. Okay, here, I think this one might be it.
It's the formula in free-to-play games. It's a joke that we now have battle passes and cosmetic stores in a full-price game. Kill you. I actually have seen that sentiment a lot. The idea that if you charge money for the game, that you shouldn't have microtransactions or cosmetic stores. And I understand exactly where people are coming from. It feels kind of like you're getting sucker punched, right? It's like the time that I paid to park at the fair. I paid to get into the fair. And then they were like, now you got to pay for each individual ride. I was like, what? I paid $20 to park. I paid, I don't even know how much money to get in here.
That's some expensive parking, man. $20. Jeez. What did you... I thought we had it bad over here. $20 just to park your car? Is that normal in America? Really? Sony is just copy and pasting. Those who buy PSIs are... I mean, a lot of their games are pretty much the same formula.
Here with my family. And now, after all of that, now I got to spend more. Like, it kind of feels like a sucker punch. So I get why people think that. I think there's a general problem.
This
with
has to be it, right?
expectation Of like any full price game should never have microtransactions. I don't think that squares with every single business model. I don't think it squares with every single project's viability.
He ain't gonna stop chatting rubbish. I wish he did, but he's not. Let's have a look. 25:31.
So we.
So, from the horse's mouth.
Wow.
She knew in the background what the talk was.
Right.
She knew, and that's why I made the video that I made also about. I said you should be extremely worried if Microsoft is joking about buying Nintendo because they're talking about manipulating the market.
Mm-hmm.
So you already have industry analysts, you already have venture capital analysts that are talking about potentially sell this stock. Nintendo is a bad sale. If you unveil this console at a trade show and you're just waggling your arms around and you don't show us what the specs are, blah blah blah, and it's not an instant hit. And just like Switch, despite all of the negative pressure against the system, it was still insanely popular.
Mm-hmm.
It was viral, and there was nothing analysts, there was nothing that press, there was nothing that investors could do to pressure Nintendo to do different.
Yeah, he did Devastator.
Money now.
And I'm slightly younger than you are, and I remember, E3s were always a big thing, and getting, Game Informer magazines and, all this other stuff. What's so funny about this piece is that she's talking about is like back then, internet wasn't as popular, it wasn't as mainstream in your face as it is now. I would have never known this. Like,
yeah,
to the average person or even anybody at my age or lesser, you would have thought the talk about Nintendo going third party would have started when everybody else was talking about it. Like when it was straight in your face.
Which pony, Sappho?
That PS3 and coming into the Wii U mark, like that's when it was really heavy. Never would have known that it started even this far back.
Yeah, and it was essentially happening during the GameCube time. There's another interview that she did talking about GameCube as well. I'll have to dig that one up. But essentially they were telling her behind the scenes, hey, we do not like your system. And that's because she was asked specifically about, hey, the support on GameCube then during that time or what.
So one of the things that I actually came across some time ago, someone actually pointed me towards it. I was at the time going to make a video on it, but I couldn't corroborate any of the actual information to be real or not. And obviously trying to do that is difficult, but I didn't want to really make a video about it based on the fact that it could all be hocus pocus. But for a while, there was this kind of notion that Japan wanted to get more invested with the Western market. And they were looking at potentially sacrificing Nintendo to be sold, but kind of more not like kind of swallowed in by a Western company, but kind of became part of that Western company and kind of kept its identity as Nintendo and kept its kind of hierarchy and everything. So Nintendo would still function the way it was, but it would now be part of another Western company. So think of it like ABK, but without the managerial shift. What ABK was then, with Bobby Kotick and everyone there, with Lulu, they would still be there. That kind of thing. And what the notion was is that Japan was looking to sacrifice a big company like Nintendo. Might not have been limited to Nintendo, but it was their way of trying to kind of get the Japanese market and the Western one more intertwined to create those channels and make them flow easier to try and, branch out because Japan is kind of self-contained, and Western games that go over there aren't as popular. And I guess with the Japanese games, again, they come over here, they're decently popular, but their biggest market is obviously going to be in Japan. And so they kind of wanted that mixing culture. And in order to try and get that, one of the suggestions was that they would sacrifice Nintendo for it. Again, I've got no actual evidence of this. I looked high and low. I couldn't find anything, which is why I didn't report on it. But this sort of thing kind of corroborates that. This sort of information actually kind of corroborates that. So I don't know. Maybe where there's smoke, there's usually fire, is the saying. What's up? Okay, they've gone away. Microsoft is edge working. They will not allow some. Come on, let's not get rid. Let's not go into that sort of language, please. Come on, please, none of that, please. Make a game. Who's that for, Jordan? That were the best case scenario, but we've seen this happened with Rare and Sony moving. They are making games. What do you mean?
Like not every game can afford to be like, oh yeah, we'll make all our money back on the $70 of sales. They just know that's not enough anymore. As I said, the former Sean Layden, former PlayStation head, Mark Cerny, the CEO, Strauss Zelnick of Take-Two, they've all said this isn't a sustainable model. It's way too expensive to make these games. And if you think that we just make it all back on the sales of the game, that's just naive at this point to think that. The YouTubers and the...
See, I think it's a bit of, it depends on the investment, right? Like when you look at GTA 6, which has cost roughly about $2 billion to make, I can understand why they want to price that game at $150 because they want to at least guarantee some recoup of that money in case it flops. I mean, we can all pretty much comfortably say that it's not going to flop, but there's always a chance that it can, right? No game is exempt from anything, even if we are 99.9% sure it's going to be successful. But then again, they've got their online mode as well, which constantly funnels that money in. And the new GTA Online that's going to probably come with GTA 6 is going to, that shark money is going to continuously flow to bring that revenue in for years to come. GTA 5 lasted, 10 years? Maybe more? And the GTA Online has been providing them with a good, healthy revenue. Hey, Wayne's World. I'm not saying for them to buy Nintendo. I'm just saying what the Japanese market, what the Japanese government was saying. At least that's what was presented to me at the time. Again, I didn't report on it. I didn't make a video on it because I simply couldn't find any information. So I took it as white noise. But if people are talking about it now, maybe it wasn't just white noise. I mean, time will tell. But right now, Nintendo is so healthy, I can't see them going anywhere.
The folks that run this us versus them narrative, like it's us versus the developers, like the developers should give us the greatest games in history and only charge us money one time, and they can never shut the game off, and they can never shut the servers off. I just feel like that entitlement and that sort of that renegade idea that like it's us versus them, I just think that's driven by a lack of business sense. I think it propagates and profits off of the ignorance of the audience. The audience has no clue what goes into making these games and how expensive they are and how razor thin the margins are, and they just think, yeah, and they shout along with somebody telling them that, like, these anybody that defends these practices is a corporate shill, so they make it tribalistic. So like anybody that tries to just level with you about these games are barely making their profits sometimes. They've got to have other ways to monetize. There has to be an evolution here. Games should cost more money.
Or, and just hear me out here, right, chat? Or, right? Stop making games that cost $400 million. I mean, I know that this seems like an alien notion, but not every single game that comes out has to be photorealistic in terms of graphics. Not every game has to be motion captured. Right? Just stop making games that cost $400 million. And then you won't have to do that. Again, I keep pointing at Nintendo. Does anyone actually know how much Mario Wonders cost to make? Or Sunshine? Or Odyssey? Does anyone know how much these games actually cost to make? I'd actually be interested to see what their return on investment was. Because I think it's going to be really, really high. Really high. I mean, you look at games like Cocoon, which have been extremely profitable, right? What is it? You look at a game called Eternites that's on PC and PlayStation. Really good game, by the way. I really enjoyed it. I think it was made by one key developer and a couple of other artists, but one person basically done all the coding. And the dude made $7 million off it. Not bad. You don't have to just, maybe cut back on your spending a little bit. $100 million at most. So they smashed it easy. Steve, we've already just covered that, but I'm going to make that another video later on. Wasn't it Zelda? Tears of the Kingdom that sold like 30 million copies. Like it's just ridiculous, man. 30 million in like what, 10 days? And the one thing I will say about Nintendo, let me show you something. That's a second-hand price. How old is Odyssey and it's still at £32? GameCube games still at £15. Nintendo games hold their price. These are second-hand, by the way. These are second-hand prices. £35, £150 for this one. I'm actually tempted to get that one, to be honest. Go to game.co.uk. £40 brand new still. How old is it? Mario Brothers Wonder. Look at it. Sunshine. Odyssey is at the same price. They just don't drop in value. Although these used to be 70 quid, so they've definitely repriced their games. £55 for Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild, £50. £5 difference between the two. £5. How old is Breath of the Wild? But it's £5 difference. They just don't lose price, man. Nintendo games just do not lose price. And I do need to get one of these custom controllers. Exactly, Triple M. Exactly. That's the point I'm making, Triple M. They don't lose value, which is great. It's all good, Steve. You'll catch it in my video that I'm going to make after. The reason why PlayStation is messing up, they spending money that they don't even got to make these games. They're trying to be like Microsoft, but they're not. See, the problem with Microsoft is they can swallow the money. The corporation can swallow the money. Sony can't do that. If a game, fucks up, pardon my French, like Redfall, and to a bigger degree, like Forza Motorsport, which, sales-wise has flopped, based on what I've seen anyway from the Steam charts. I don't know what the sales are like on Xbox. Microsoft can swallow that. And they're looking at Forza as a long-term investment. They're not going to make another Forza game. They're just going to keep on iterating it, releasing updates after updates after updates to try and get people back in. Do special promotions, expansion packs, yearly DLC, whatever. That's how they're going to deal with Forza. But they're big enough to be able to swallow that. They can just gobble it up and take it into expenses, whatever, just wipe the slate clean. Companies like Apple and Amazon can do the same. Sony is small fry. They can't do that. They literally can't do that. Nintendo games hold their price because their first-party games don't come to PC. And they're generally really, really, really good. And they don't have microtransactions. At least not that I've seen. They don't drop in value because Nintendo never does sales or ridiculous reductions over time. And I really think that's a good thing, personally. I mean, I saw a sale on the eShop and I was like, hey, look, this game is on sale. It's gone from $69.99 to $64.99. Good job, buddy. I'd love to see your marketing manager now, please. For it to break even for 2 million copies at $60, that means the budget cost is 120 million. It's still cheap compared to 400 million, Triple M. And Breath of the Wild was a good game, right?
They would do it if they could get
It's
away
what
with
inspired
it.
Genshin Impact.
Right now, if you valued them at what goes into them, the production cost, the project length, the quality of the games that we get, I think games should be like $100. Easy. Thank you so much, Boss Man Davey, for the $5 super chat tip.
See, I disagree with that. If you're going to put microtransactions into the game, then the games should not be $100. Right? That's called double dipping. Now, if the games don't have the microtransactions and you want to just guarantee the box price and you want to increase it to $100, you're going to lose value. Sure, you're going to lose sales. But there's a chance that you could make more in the long run. But I don't think you can have it both ways. But I know Sony is going to try and do it both ways. And then they're going to turn around and say, hey, if you want this for early access, you have to pay an additional $30. So that $100 now goes to $130 plus the microtransactions. But if you want the deluxe edition, it's going to go from $130 to $150. But if you want the ultimate edition, it's going to go from $150 to $180, $200.
I want some PvP options. I'm tired of COD, Battlefield, Apex, and Fortnite. PvP is just such a hard market to get into because PvP necessitates an ongoing player funnel, and keeping that player funnel full is really hard because of all the games you just mentioned.
Yet the finals is doing a fantastic job, has broken in, and is a fantastic game, and everyone is playing it. If a game is good, it's good. That's it. If a game is good, it's good. People will play it.
Now, what Solemn is saying, stop having 1,000-employee teams working on these games. I actually think there is a sweet spot for studio size, and I think you're going to see a lot of studios branch off, shrink.
Or in Insomniac's case, lose 75 members of staff.
How can you look at Hello Games and not think, maybe we don't need to be this big?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did he just say that? Did he literally just say that? Oh my god. I can't believe you just said that with a straight face. I can't believe it. I actually cannot believe it. That was the dumbest take, one of the dumbest takes I've seen today. And I've seen quite a few dumb takes today, especially with the whole leaks. But that today has cropped it. So Hello Games is able to maintain a small team and keep producing updates because everything in that game is procedurally generated. Everything. Almost nothing is handcrafted, right? At the launch of the game, it was a complete mess, right? But to turn around and try to compare someone like Insomniac's game or, you know, Hellblade 2 to No Man's Sky, which is 99% procedurally generated, which just requires, hey, I'm going to press this button and it's going to generate a planet for me to do what I want it to do. That's it, right? That's what it's doing. It's loading a seed. It's got the assets. It's placing them in there. That's it. It's not doing... They've created a self-sustaining game. How the fudge can you compare Insomniac, Naughty Dog, Coalition? Oh, I just don't get how stupid this guy is. Devastator with that $2 Canadian, the secret of making live service make a good game. There's that, and you just need it to make sure it kicks off, right? You need the right marketing, the right hype, the right entry-level access. You need to make sure that you can get as many people playing as possible. Therefore, you want it to be cross-platform. You don't want it to be limited to one platform. Like Destiny, it's on Xbox, it's on PC, it's on PlayStation. At the beginning, it's a PC, but it's cross-play as well between the lot. That's a hit and miss with cheaters, I get it. But if you want your thing to be super successful, you kind of want that cross-play system. And even the cross-save system that Sony has, well, not Sony, Bungie has, is phenomenal. It's, you know, it encourages you to buy more copies of the game. Like I've got Final Fantasy 14 on PC and on PlayStation. When it launches on Xbox, I'm going to buy it on Xbox as well, so I can just play it wherever I want, right? But that, you know, if you are making a live service game, it can't be restricted to one platform. You are crippling your player base. You're crippling. You're bottlenecking your potential player sites. It's a really stupid thing to do. Warframe is another one. It's available everywhere. One of the big limiting factors for Warframe for the longest time was the fact that each version of the game was individual. They've fixed that now, from what I've heard. It's all crossplay. You can play with anyone, which is great. I don't know if it's cross-save with your save file, but the fact that you can crossplay is great. Yeah. We could support a live service game inside their walled garden. Maybe one of those 5 remaining. Well, 2 more of those are going to get cancelled as well, right? Spider-Man got cancelled as well from that 5. So they're down to 4. And I'm going to guess Wolverine's cancelled as well. So that's gone down to 3. Oh, it is now, yeah? Good. That's probably helped it a lot going forward. Dude, I did not even realize the time. It is quite late even for me. Let's finish this over here and then I'm going to call it myself. But thanks for stopping by, Steve. He thought he was Jimmy Neutron with a brain blast range for gaming. Every time you say something, always stupid comes out. I agree about Breath of the Wild. It's cheap compared to others, but the thing is, it's the most expensive game from Nintendo that we have on record from them, right? No need to... yeah.
They're going to clip this. I don't care. Free advertising. I think...
He says free advertising, right? He also said that he would never block anyone. Yeah, he's been blocking people like myself, left, right, and center for calling him out.
Games should cost $100. The only reason they're not charging you $100 is because they wouldn't get away with it. The market wouldn't allow it. If they were charging you the appropriate price of what goes into a game, they would be charging you $100.
They already are charging people $100, you bloody lemon. They already are. Starfield launched. $70. Guess what? You had to pay £30 to get early access. Loads paid for that early access. 3-4 days early access. Paid $100. That's how they're doing it. They're masking it with early access to give them the extra $30. They're adding a few things in there to sweeten the pot, like a deluxe edition or whatever. But that early access that they're putting in is the reason why you're paying that $30 then and then extra to get that game. They're all doing it. That's how they're monetizing that $100 guaranteed, because there's no guarantee you're going to buy the DLC later on. You might not like the game. But now that they've done that, you're kind of invested.
Do you want to know why? Because back when you bought video games in the past, that's what you were paying. And you can talk about cartridges and plastic all you want. That's not why you were spending that. You were spending that because it's what the market was bearing. People were
I'm sorry, Triple.
to spend, according to inflation, what was roughly $100 back then. They were willing to do that because it was a novelty. It was amazing.
That's because you had Game Pass, right? But the average person, like on Steam, for example, would have paid $100.
It was awesome. It was new. Well, now it's commonplace. So it's like, I don't want to spend that kind of money on a video game. Why? Well, the market's full. The market's saturated. I don't have to buy your game for that much. I can go play a free-to-play game. You're okay with games selling for $80 to $100 and having microtransactions. Well, I think the beauty of selling games for $80 to $100... Let's imagine a world where that was sustained by the market and they were selling the same number of copies. Excuse me. They were selling the same number of copies of the game that they are now, but instead they were charging $100. It wouldn't surprise me if you saw a lot of those games launch without microtransactions.
But we all know that they're going to ship with microtransactions.
Because they would say projections, revenue, profit margins are all very healthy. We don't want to disrupt that with microtransactions.
Are you crazy?
It'll disrupt player trust. It'll disrupt consumer confidence.
Are you crazy?
We're not gonna do that.
Are you crazy?
Now, again, the us versus them narrative is immediately going to chime in and say, they're greedy. They're greedy corporate overlords. And if they started charging you $100, they would still put microtransactions in there.
Of course they would.
Because it's a relationship.
No, it's
between
not.
The consumer and the product.
This dude still thinks that these multi-billion, multi-trillion-pound companies give two shits about him, or me, or anyone else. You know who they care about? They care about that plastic card in your wallet. They want to make sure they can funnel as much money out of that bank account as they humanly possibly can. They might provide you with amazing deals like Game Pass, but they still care about that wallet. They don't care about you or me. None of these corporations do. All they care about is making money and finding ways where they can extract money from you. I mean, you'd expect this guy to actually realize that by now. If a company can turn around and charge you $100 for a game and still find a way to monetize the game through microtransactions, be it through skins or whatnot, do you honestly think that they're not going to do it? Do you honestly believe that they won't? I mean, I go back to the original Destiny days, right? When Deej turned around and said that the first microtransaction that came in. I think it was a sparrow, right? Or an emo. I can't remember. But it was a single item that you could buy on the store. And he said it's just going to be a one-off item every once in a while just to fund the seasonal events. Now we have seasonal events that you have to pay for, even though the microtransaction store is there. That goalpost got removed and moved real quick. Now they have battle passes within battle passes, season passes within season passes. If you think for a split second that these corporations will not try and milk you for everything you've got, you're in for another thing, man. You can see why Minxie was angry. Yeah. He's trying to make his point so badly, trying to be right. It's not even funny, but he's wrong. And I pity this dude. It's just really, really bad. Where are them original IPs? Nowhere to be found. I'm not even an economist, and even I know how this works.
And if they saw, we're going to make the margins, it's healthy, we're charging $100 for every game, adding microtransactions would run the risk of disrupting that. Again, this is a hypothetical fairyland that we're imagining. They could be charging $100 right now for Alan Wake and Spider-Man, and they would be selling the exact same number of copies they are now.
No, they wouldn't.
They would not add microtransactions. Now, they only would add microtransactions if they knew they could do it and wouldn't disrupt demand for the product.
If it's just cosmetic, they will say, don't buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Maybe what they'll do if they charge you $100 for the game is instead of selling you a skin for $20 or £20, like it is right now, and I'm going to use Destiny because that's the last one I played that I can remember with the Witcher skins. That's the first one that comes to mind. Not that I'm shitting on Destiny or anything, but that's the first one that comes to mind that I can remember. Instead of £20, they'll make it £10. But the microtransaction is still going to be there.
You see? Like, the reason they're charging you $70
I agree, Sandman.
is because they can. They can. The market is bearing it. They would charge you $100 if they could, because they'd make more money. Their profit margins would be safer. They'd be in a more the risk would be lower. They'd be mitigating the business risk more significantly if they could do that.
I can't believe he believes what he's actually talking about.
People have accepted buying skins in stores. I blame gamers for spending money on things that offer you no real value in the game. Well,
Okay, that's wrong too. What's he going to say to this?
It's your opinion. It's their opinion that it adds great value to
Okay, there you go. I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Like, just because a skin adds no value to me doesn't mean it's not going to add value to you, right? It might be a skin that you absolutely love and you want to see your character in that skin. Happy days. If it brings joy to you, it's added value. It doesn't need to be monetary value that it brings to you. Satisfaction is more than enough. You go and buy stuff that you don't need every single day. Well, not every single day, but you get what I'm saying. That you don't need at all. I mean, like, I've got a Nintendo Switch, right? I actually want an OLED Switch, but with the Switch 2 on the horizon, obviously we don't know when it's coming, I keep asking myself, is it worth it? But I still want one, but do I need one? No. Would it make me happy? It would. Would getting an Asus ROG Ally make me happy? Even though I've got a Steam Deck? It would. Do I need one? No.
If they want to spend their income on a skin, if they want to spend their money on a mount, and they feel like it adds value to their game, that's their opinion, that's their subjective experience. You can't dictate to them what they should feel or not feel. If you're the arbiter of all that is valuable in a game, then we would only have games that you like. We would only have things that you like. That would be a terrible gaming environment because it would be narrow. It'd be like one person's preference palette.
Isn't Moon Studios the one that made Ori and the Wisp?
People double dip. They buy the special editions of the game on multiple platforms. They'll get by. I mean, again,
that's subjective.
The former head of PlayStation says this isn't sustainable. I think we should listen to that. I think we should listen to that. I think when people in the most successful avenues of gaming are telling us it's not sustainable, you understand that they're saying that because they're speaking to the financials of it. They're not talking to you. You know that, right? When Strauss Zelnick says what he said, or Mark Cerny, or Sean Layden, when they outline the unsustainability of this market, they're not talking to you. They're usually talking to some financial journal.
Yep.
Why?
Or to the stakeholders.
Because they're just speaking the raw facts. They're just telling you, like, no, this isn't sustainable. It's too expensive.
It is. $400 million for a game is expensive.
It's just too expensive. They're not talking to you. With all due respect, people at that level, they don't give a single ounce of care about us. They don't. We're nothing. We're just the consumer.
No. Microsoft parted ways with Moon Studios. Moon Studios are not a very good company to work for. And once they started to bully their staff, they started to bully Microsoft staff. Microsoft turned around and said, they've got no interest in working with a company with that sort of toxic culture, working culture. So they parted ways with Moon Studios. Moon Studios is a very toxic place to work based on the information that the Microsoft employees have been saying. They were bullied on a regular basis by management, by project leads, quite aggressively, made to feel like they were letting the team down. They were made to feel like they weren't doing enough. They were made to feel like they were incompetent at their jobs. They were quite regularly bullied. And a lot of the staff from Microsoft basically turned around and didn't even want to go into High Moon Studios anymore. As such, once these reports started coming in, Microsoft's no tolerance for bullying meant that High Moon Studios was pushed out. And so when High Moon Studios turned around and said, "Oh, it's great for us to be finally making a game for PlayStation," and someone turned around and said, "Hey, it's good that you're finally making a game for, you've been released from your shackles of the shitbox," and they liked that comment, I'm like, you know what? You guys are a match made in heaven. You got one person here, another company that's decided to start console warring. They're a bunch of bullies. They encourage toxic work culture. Don't forget that this is the same people that are shouting and crying at ABK's toxic work culture, but they're encouraging it just the same with High Moon. Let me just start moving that goalpost a little bit. I'll be right back. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And devastated with another $5 Canadian. Yet, if Microsoft said it wasn't sustainable, he'd be demonizing it and call it evil and greed. Of course he would. But we all know that because he's a pony.
We're just the cattle. They're talking to investors. They're talking to the money men. They're talking to the financial world, and they're saying,
sorry, Chris,
that's not sustainable. It's too expensive. When something is that expensive, it becomes unsustainable. You will see a market reverberation when something's that expensive. Now, it reverberates in a variety of ways. You could see foreclosure of studios, which we've already seen with the studio behind Immortals of Avium. Too much money. Didn't sell enough. Bye-bye.
Did they close?
Just like that.
Immortals of Avium didn't close. Or did they? Did they shut down? They laid off half their staff, yeah. I heard they laid off their staff, but... yeah, it's just layoffs, but the studio's still there. He's not just a pony, he's a really dumb pony that starts his hair with... Entertainer, I had no idea about High Moon. Yeah, High Moon, there's a lot of shit that came out of it. And Microsoft basically turned around and said, nah, we're done. We don't encourage that sort of toxic workplace environment. Do you know about the YouTuber called Moon Channel? I do not. I do not.
Just like that. Bungie's at the... Oh, more coffee orders coming in. Thank you so...
But they're not out of business. They've just laid off half their staff. I mean, I get that's half their staff. Ascendant Studios said the cuts were difficult but necessary. They're still alive. So even that was false information, right? Even that was bullshit information. The game didn't make the money. It didn't sell, so they had to cut their staff. Obviously, that's the way it works, but they still have 55% of their staff. And they can still outsource. I mean, they're planning on releasing this game on Xbox and PlayStation Plus, where they can get a huge check from Sony and Microsoft to compensate the loss that they did, to try and at least recoup some of that money so they can reinvest in the business or at least pay for their debts or whatever. So that news is not real. Raising the box price is only one option. He's acting like that's the only option. Do indie devs show you can do more with less? I mean, the bottom line is you don't have to make $400 million dollar worth of content. You just don't. Games don't have to cost that much. Right? There was a lot of faff in Spider-Man 2. Stuff that didn't need to be in the game. Side quests that just felt cash-ins. A lot of time was invested in making that system work. And in all honesty, some of it was awful, at least to me. Some of them were okay. I loved the picture ones. Those were good. I liked some of the story-based ones. But the other ones where, go here and collect this crystal and hear a piece of dialogue for 2 seconds and then move on. What was the point of those? Or I guess some of them tried to make the city alive. But hey, look, there's a robbery going on here and they're limited in finite number as well. I also didn't like the Mysterio stuff. I thought that was just a waste of time. But a lot of this is like invested money that they didn't need to do. What did Mysterio have to do with the whole game? Nothing. Plays video games and he talks about the business laws within the video game industry. I'll check him out. The MJ missions could have been cut out as well. Absolutely. At the end of the day, there was so much of Spider-Man that could have been cut out to knock that 390 million maybe down to 250 million, which is way more sustainable. But when you're doing that 400 million almost, it's not sustainable. Yeah. But Monster Hunter is also like an instance-based game, so instance-based games are way more cheaper to make. But on top of that, they kind of follow... I'm not saying that they reuse all their assets, but they do kind of have the models already set up, so they just have to. And unlike Monster Hunter World, which is the one that's on current gen hardware, the other ones are built on lower spec, so they don't need to be as detailed or stuff, so that saves money too. Again, the bottom line is a game doesn't need motion capture. A game doesn't need to have photorealistic graphics in order to tell a good story. We got by perfectly fine with the PS2 days and the Sega Saturn days, right? And the Dreamcast days when playing amazing RPGs. Hell, many of you were having a phenomenal time playing Final Fantasy VII on PS1 looking like the way it did. Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo. Amazing games don't need to look amazing. Sea of Stars proved that in just how well it was picked up and sold. Sea of Stars is a phenomenal RPG from what I'm seeing. Octo Traveler is another, game that's doing the rounds. These don't have all of this stuff, and yet they're doing really well, and they're highly rated and really well respected amongst their peers and selling really, really well. There are certain, I get you want to push the boundaries, but you need to cut on some stuff. Instead of making a high fidelity mode that, a mode that can play at 30 FPS and then at 60 FPS, fuck the 30 FPS. No one cares about 30 FPS. Make it run at 60. Because 99% I'd say about 70% of people are going to play it at 60 FPS. Why give them the option? If they don't have the option, the normies and the casuals won't even give a shit. They're just going to click on the first thing. Destiny 2, again, is a prime example. Did you know that for the longest time, the majority of the PlayStation players on Destiny 2 were running the PS4 version at 30 FPS because they didn't know they could get the PS5 version? Something in the region of about 80% of the players on PlayStation were running the PS4 version because they didn't know, or simply didn't care. So get rid of the high fidelity mode. Just leave it as a performance mode. Hit that 60 FPS. That's a huge part of your budget saved. Happy days. I agree with the Monster Hunter one. Monster Hunter Wild is going to be on the Resident Evil 4 remake engine, by the way. That'll be interesting to see how that goes. Baldur's Gate 3 sold really well. Yeah. But does it look anywhere near as impressive as, say, in terms of overall graphics to some of the other high-profile AAA movie-esque games like The Last of Us? I don't think so. I don't think graphically it looks as good. The storytelling may be on par, maybe even better. I haven't played it much. I just couldn't get into the combat system. I still want to go back to it, though. I've got it on PC. But I don't think the graphical level of it is on par with some of these games that we see, like in Hellblade 2. Right? I think those games are in a league of their own. But does it need that 30 FPS mode? I don't think so. Exactly, Triple M. And Nintendo proves that time and time again. Folks, it is 1 a.m. I am going to call it there. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. It's been absolutely amazing. Probably do another video tomorrow for you all. And then we can hang out again on Friday. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Seriously, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate all the support that you guys have given. Seriously, dude. Devastator, thank you so much. I appreciate it wholeheartedly. And to everyone else that has come along and just hung out for the chat, thank you again. Again, this was impromptu. This wasn't a planned stream, but you guys didn't let me down, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good night, and I'll see you on Friday. Remain legend. You're welcome, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Peace out, everyone. Fuck's sake. I'm out.